And we welcome you here to the Lawrenceville School for the 2023 NJISAA Prep State Championships, live here on Play by Play Productions. Glad you're with us. Simon Rosenwasser alongside Emily Messina today. And boy, do we have a full pool, the brand new Lawrenceville School pool here at the Lawrenceville School, the Josiah Fieldhouse, new facility, and the first year that this great meet is being hosted in this brand new facility. Again, Simon Rosenwasser alongside Emily Messina. Should be fun. Emily, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, so happy to be here. I mean, just as you said, Simon, this pool space is amazing. It's pretty deep from the start end, which usually simulates a fast pool, so I know these ladies are excited to get up and go race here.
Well, the 200 medley relay is our first event, and we are going to see 3 heats in this one.
Always exciting to start out with a pretty fast relay, especially a relay of stroke, really diversifies and shows what all of these schools have to offer upcoming for the rest of the meet. We'll go through 50s and 100s and 200s of some strokes here coming up throughout the course of this meet. And the boys meet was yesterday.
Yeah, let's take a look at the order of events. You see them here. We, you just mentioned them. So let's look at those boys swimming results. Lawrenceville winning the Prep A, and Newark Academy winning Prep B. The 200 medley relay will be first. St. Peter's won that yesterday. You see the list of the winners. Roman Jones put on a show for the Pingree School. Big day for Derek Cheng as well. Owen Markowitz, mentioned Newark Academy winning the Prep B. Well, he won that 500 freestyle, very deep Newark Academy Minutemen team. And 200 medley relay ready to go. It is David Laws, the meet director, making the PA announcement to the crowd. There he is. Done a great job over the years, and it's been great to work with him as well as the entire Lawrenceville School staff here in Lawrenceville, New Jersey. They're doing a fabulous job running this meet. You can imagine the logistics that goes into having a meet like this. It doesn't matter what level, Emily, but when you have this many swimmers, there's a lot of work that goes into it.
Yeah, so many different schools from all over are represented here, and organizing that is a feat unto its own.
All right, well, our first event, again, 200 medley relay, and 3 teams in this first heat. Blair in lane 3, Villa Walsh in lane 4, Mo Baird in lane 5. Sophie Chung for Blair off to the fastest start in lane 3. Sabrina Waivada for Villa Walsh is in 4. And Gabby Davis for Morristown Baird School in lane number 5.
Transitions are going to be a big part of this 200 medley relay. How quick you get from that touch from the previous swimmer to the start of the next swimmer. So those relay starts are, I'm sure, something that these programs have been working on. Tanya
Lau is the next swimmer in the pool for Blair. The Buccaneers have started this meet strong. One of the longer trips. Thinking about all the other schools that are represented here. Blair from, of course, Blairstown, New Jersey. Mitchelltown, the swim coach. Paul Clavel, the athletic director. And Tanya Lau with a pretty low-stress second leg. Piper Summers is next.
Really nice transition from the breaststroke to the butterfly here. These beautiful underwaters from Blair showcasing through this entire relay.
Now Piper Summers can already make her turn. Behind her, it's Villa Walsh with Madison Molinaro, who's starting to gain on Abby Ewing of Morristown Baird. And Blair very nearly done the leg. Allie Wolf will be the anchoring swimmer of the 200-yard medley relay. So just quick sprints for all 4 swimmers. 25 yards to go here for Allie Wolf. Villa Walsh now by its lonesome in second. Cam Scholl, your final swimmer there, and Mackenzie Doherty for Morristown Baird School. So Blair finishes up the time 2:02.27.
Nice quick start to this meet. It's always good to get the first race under your belt for the swimmer and for the program. So we finish up heat 1 of 3 for this relay. And we'll have a full heat almost coming up in 2.
Well, you mentioned the ability for us to start with a relay race. Know that the decibel level is going to rise here as we get towards that final heat here in 200 medley relay, especially with all the ladies here. It's just that natural energy that you love when you start meets with relays.
And I heard one of the coaches prior to this meet hyping her swimmers up, telling them, get out on the deck, get behind the lanes. That's an important part of these meets is trying to win the deck with your spirit.
All right, well, we've got a fuller pool here. It's 6 lanes that are occupied of the 8. The old Lawrenceville school was 6 lanes. Now we've got an 8-lane pool. It'll be all filled for the final heat. PDS, Princeton Day School in lane 2. Sanjamula. It's St. Elizabeth in lane 3. Hun in lane 4. Rutgers Prep in 5. Wardlaw Hartridge in 6. And Oak Knoll in 7.
29-14 out of Petty School. Really nice underwaters for the backstroke leg, but the breaststroke is, a pretty big transition time between teams. This is a race that you can really make up or lose ground in the breaststroke.
I can hear the cheers, and there's going to be a lot of them from the edges of the pools cheering on their teammates. Good race here. Academy of St. Elizabeth is in lane number 3, and doing the breaststroke is Sofia Formanes.
That's such a quick stroke rate, which is really important for something that's only a 50, is just keep that sprint high.
Well, AOSE now with Shannon Hunt. Good battle going for second place. Rutgers Prep out in lane 5. It's Carly Tom Ford, and lane 6 for Wardlaw Hartridge. The Rams feature Brianna Lee. And look at this leg from Shannon Hunt in the fly. The Argonauts have taken over first, heading to freestyle.
Just serious good undulation there. You can see her bringing her hips all the way up to the surface and driving her forward.
And for Rutgers Prep, Isabella Maresca. Check out lane 2 as well. Princeton Day School is going to make this close with Simran Malik. Second of 3 finals heats, and it's coming down to the wire. Rutgers Prep, PDS, Wardlaw Hartridge at the end, and Maresca will get there and finish it off for the Rutgers Prep Argonauts, who take first place in heat number 2. The time 2:08:42. Well, Emily, we thought it got loud, or it's going to get loud for the final heat. Got pretty loud there for this second one.
Excited to see the spirit of all these athletes competing here. It's a long season, starting back in the fall into winter and capping off for some here in February, and some will continue on for a little bit longer, but exciting nonetheless.
So Rutgers Prep's team of Michaela Villajoaquin, Balasubramanian, Carly Tom Ford, and Isabella Maresca winners. But here, the state champion will be crowned at the completion of this race. It's Mount St. Dominic in lane 1. It's Lawrenceville in lane 2. Pennington in lane 3. Your top seed, Mount St. Mary. They put on a show last year here at this meet. They're in lane 4. Pingree School in 5. Newark Academy 6. Kent Place 7. Montclair Kimberly Academy in lane number 8. Strong start for Olivia Chow of Mount St. Mary.
Just look at her quick turnovers as she flies into the wall, creating such good space for the breaststroker to dive in.
Pingree right there as well. Second swimmer in for the Big Blue, Daniela Karnov. It's Danny Carter for Mount St. Mary's here in breaststroke. So lanes 4 and 5 seeded the top 2 teams. They are the top 2 teams at this portion of the race.
Coming into the butterfly, this will be a big transition here. You want to use your underwaters, but you want to keep your stroke rate up in just a 50.
For Pingree, third swimmer is Lauren Kim. It's Sophia Latini for Mount St. Mary. And how about Pingree taking over control? At least they've got a slight edge, though Mount St. Mary's Latini with a little burst of speed at the end of her leg. It's going to be a 1-2 race between Mount St. Mary and Pingree, and they're even.
25-19, an incredible split to make up some distance there into the final leg.
State championship on the line. Catherine Ritter versus Mia Cuffo. Ritter from Mount St. Mary, Mia Cuifo from Pingree. And Mount St. Mary's got the first championship here in the 2023 preps.
Really impressive finish there. She did not take a breath from well outside the flags into the wall, and that made all the difference in the world when you're touching by just 0.5 lead.
So the team of Olivia Chow, Danny Carter, Sophia Latini, and Catherine Ritter win it. And that'll do it for the first event, and again, a good one to start for us here on Play-by-Play Productions.
You could see all those ladies back behind the end of the pool deck on the turns throughout that entire race, cheering on their teammates. And that can make, just being able to see that when you flip, and even if you can't, it's there, and it can make, just to give you a little bit of confidence to help you get to the wall.
So an updated look at the standings here. They will have a podium presentation for each event. And so Mount St. Mary's will take the first place podium, which is just that first place diving platform, here in a couple moments. Next up, we're looking forward to 200-yard freestyle. It'll be the lady that we just saw, one of the ladies that we just saw for Mount St. Mary's win. Catherine Ritter is the top seed in 200-yard freestyle. There will be 4 heats of that event coming up as we await that podium presentation. Definitely had a good time yesterday here for the boys, but there is certainly a visible boost in energy, and there's just frankly more swimmers involved here for the girls' meet. And here comes that trophy presentation. I believe. It's a little hard to hear the PA. There we go. Kent Place School taking third. Bridget Dabb, Margot Callahan, Lizzie Washburn, and Liv Minton, the squad there. Mount St. Mary's there on the left, and MSMA, the first state champions to be crowned.
That's a really impressive time for them, 1:46.29. A big grouping of fast ladies, and we're going to get to see them again coming up with the hundreds of stroke later throughout this meet as we get into a little bit of mid-distance freestyle to start things off. 200 freestyle, and there'll be 4 heats in this event.
Be Marin Wheeler in lane 3 from MKA. Lawrenceville with Vivian Thiele. In lane 4, Katie Ferris in lane 5 for Mount St. Mary, and it's Emma Marston of Lawrenceville in lane number 6. So about 10 minutes total for the 4 heats in this event. These seed times right around 2:15. Not a ton of time separating the seed times in heat 1 versus the seed times in heat 4. So a testament to the depth and the parity here in this event.
This is always such an interesting mid-distance race because there's some swimmers in this race who specialize in the 100, And so for 200, it's kind of a longer distance. But if you're more geared towards the 500 swimmer, then for you, a 200 is a little bit of a shorter distance. So I feel like this is one of those races where strategy is different throughout the entire pool. And it's really going to come down to the final 50, even though it's an 8-leg lap race. You know, it could be towards the end that we see these girls start to even out. No counters, so that's another big thing here. 8 laps, you think easy to count, but sometimes, you know, you just get lost in your own head in this race.
That's like on the fringe, right? Do they have counters for 400? For 400, I guess
no,
there isn't.
Only 400 IM. And
400 IM, you don't need a counter, right? Because it's only
500 view. But there's definitely been times where I was swimming this race and I was like, I had a counter.
And you have swam here at the Lawrenceville School before,
not
at this pool.
Not at this pool. This is very nice.
Well, Lawrenceville in this race, Vivian Thiele is pretty much right next to Marin Wheeler. Wheeler, a freshman, and Thiele, a junior for Lawrenceville. And this one coming down to the end with Thiele leading. And Thiele, who hits the wall, her time 2:13.16.
Really nice long strokes into the finish, grinding it out and coming up with that first place victory to start off this 200 free.
A look at Vivian Thiele, who does beat her season best time. One thing you love to see, Emily, is those personal bests being set usually at these championship meets.
Yeah, swimming could be an interesting sport because it feels like you kind of have to train all season to see your best work for, in this case, 2 minutes and 13 seconds, but in some cases, less than 30 seconds.
Next up, it's Brianna Lee of Wardlaw Hartridge, who's in lane number 1. Full pool, the next 3 heats, including this one. Melinda Zhu of Pingree in 2. Casey Desiderio of St. Elizabeth in 3. Catherine Flanagan of Pingree in 4. Annie Zwally of Mount St. Mary's in 5. Ayla Kennedy of Kent Place in 6. And the Dragons have 2 more participants in 7 and 8, Liv Minton and Catherine Cepeda.
See the ladies in the middle of the pool taking it out pretty quick, trying to get ahead of the pack. And we'll see how they back half this race coming into the first 100 here.
Well, Catherine Flanagan looking strong. Drive from lane number 7. Kent Place's Liv Minton keeping herself involved. Probably 3rd place as we speak with AOSE and Casey Desiderio right behind the leader in Flanagan. 30.92 split for Flanagan. Top pace on the board. And she maintains with still Liv Minton, who's now carved herself a spot into 2nd. Approaching the final portions of this one. 30.
Really
Go ahead.
Sorry, Simon. Really nice pace work there out of the middle of the pool from Flanagan, keeping that third 50 down. And now you kind of just empty the tank here in the final 50 yards.
Well, the Pingree Big Blue cheer on Catherine Flanagan. She's going to hold on. Liv Minton's making it interesting here in heat 2 of 4, but it does look like Flanagan has enough to finish for first. She does. 2:03 flat, and that is 4 seconds better than her seed time.
Just jumped out of the gate really fast and was able to hold that pace throughout the entire 200, which shows how, you know, that training really comes to pay off. You get that endurance and that sprint work in, and they merge together here in a mid-distance freestyle event.
Look at the big board and those times. You see Flanagan taking second, or excuse me, first, Minton second, Kennedy third, and Zwali of MSMA in fourth. Next heat is upon us. 3 of 4. Sophia Fontaine of Wardlaw Hartridge is in lane 1. Ivy Drogan of Newark Academy in 2. Megan Lai of Newark Academy in 3. Isla Johnson of Mo Baird is in lane 4. Hannah Ewing of MKA in lane number 5. Kayla Kerr of Pingree in 6. Campbell Abbott of Lawrenceville is in 7. And Ava Hamilton, a junior from Lawrenceville, in lane number 8.
Good fast start here out of the middle of the pool again. Ladies going out with her pretty quickly, and we've seen a couple of these women from the 200-yard medley relay already, so some of them getting their second event in, while others their first dip in the championship pool.
All right, as we see in lane number 4, it's Isla Johnston pacing play, the sophomore from Morristown Baird School. We've actually got another crew up at the Morristown Baird School today. It's part of our senior night coverage here on play-by-play production. So girls hockey is on the air tonight, and we're excited to bring that to you. It's going to be let in right from this event. So 4:45 puck drop for that one for all you Crimson fans. And Isla Johnston leading this race, heat 3 of 4, heading to the final leg.
This final turn will prove very important. Get yourself out past the flags. Try not to take some big breaths here on the final 25.
Megan Lai is gaining. Does she have enough to catch up to Johnston? She does not. It's Johnston in a 1:59.63. Sub 2 minutes for her.
And she is excited down there. That is a huge barrier to break. Getting under that 200. We've got to get out quick and hold it down.
So that'll lead us into the final heat. Again, Catherine Ritter is your top seed. As we continue to look at that big board there. And Johnston, who exits the pool with the win. Here's the next grouping up on the diving platforms. This is the 200 Freestyle Championship. Heat 4 of 4. Riley Edge of Pennington's in lane 1. Megan Dwyer of Mount St. Mary is in 2. Daniela Carnaw, we just saw her in the relay for Pingree in lane 3. Catherine Ritter in lane 4, the leader at the moment. Hannah Wilson of Blair Academy in lane 5. Bridget Dobb of Kent Place is in lane number 6. Amanda Rode of Mount St. Dominic is in lane 7. And Lindsay Drever of Montclair Kimberly Academy in lane number 8.
You're going to have to keep your splits under 32nd here if you want to pace with Catherine Ritter, who's taking a commanding lead in the middle of the pool as we reach the halfway point. And a couple of these ladies trying to go out with her and hold on.
Well, it does look like Ritter is trailing just behind Hannah Wilson. Wilson split of 155. Ritter's, seed time of 155 flat, and the seed time for Ritter 154.95. So looking at the seed times, it's going to be close, and certainly it's playing out that way. Hannah Wilson well in front now, about a full stroke ahead of second and third. Ritter and Daniela Karnoff. Karnoff in second, and still Hannah Wilson's race to lose or win.
Three ladies under the 30-second mark in that third 50, powering through the final few strokes. Keep your head down into the finish here.
Final stretch and the Blair Academy Buccaneers will take a state championship. Hannah Wilson, the winner.
Those are some fast splits from these high schoolers. 1:52.65, your winning time from Wilson. What an exceptional swim from start to finish.
And we'll take a look at that finish. These are the last few strokes for her. Out to look at the full times. Wilson 1:52.65. How about that? 3 seconds better nearly than her seed time. And nothing to scoff at if you're Karnaugh. And Ritter, well, she did win that state championship for the 200 medley relay and comes up just short here. But now we look at the...
These ladies just get out of the pool. They've got no oxygen. Get back up on the blocks and accept your medal here.
Karnaugh for second. And Hannah Wilson taking first. All right, next event, 200 individual medley. And they're off. Sorry, yeah, individual medley, that's correct.
This can always be such a big back and forth race depending on what your swimmer's best stroke is and what your swimmer's worst stroke. I've talked about this before with you, Simon, that the breaststroke leg of this race can be such a big hit or miss for some of these swimmers where a lot of ground could be made up even though it's only a 50.
Well, Madison Molinaro for Villa Walsh is in lane 3. Malaya Riley of Pennington's in 4. And Maiko Marapo of Mount St. Dominic is in lane number 5. So for Madison Molinaro as we're in the backstroke. Five finals. There's 5 heats of finals here for this one.
Two types of transitions from the backstroke to the breaststroke that you might see here. You can do the touch with one hand and go, which all these ladies did into the breaststroke, or you can do a bucket turn, which we might see in some of the later heats where you pop underwater into a flip from the back to the front, and it's just kind of personal preference. I think a lot of people like the bucket turn just because it keeps a little bit more momentum going and less likely to grab and hold onto the wall even when you're exhausted.
Makes sense. Molinaro looking strong here in that breaststroke portion. As we just mentioned, that critical spot in an individual medley. And on to freestyle. The meet record has stood for quite a while in this one. Jessica Antiles has held it since 2015. The pool record, though, was set earlier this year. Of course, this is the first year of this new pool. 2:01.24 for Taylor O'Grimley. Expect to see some pool records set, at the very least in this meet. A new pool like this, it's expected to swim a little bit faster than the old one here at the Lawrenceville School. The first heat has completed 2:26.64 for Molinaro.
Pretty popular event, this 200 IM here at these championship finals. I think You know, in high school, swimmers are given a little bit more opportunity to swim a broad array of strokes, and that can sometimes create a better IMer, whereas later in your career, you kind of more specialize. But I like seeing all these ladies have the opportunity to get all 4 of them in here.
All right, Jenny Liu of Rutgers Prep in lane 1. Sophie Cheng of Lawrenceville in 2. Lena Cheng of Hun is in 3. Sophia Petey of Mount St. Mary in 4. Tina Davis of MKA is in 5. Jamie Lease of Lawrenceville in 6. And Balasubramanian of Rutgers Prep in lane number 7.
Into the backstroke here, you see really nice head positioning. You want to keep your head straight while rotating just your shoulders. A really nice job being done there, and that way you can go straight down the pool instead of going back and forth across the lane, thus saving you time and less distance to travel.
A close-up shot there of the leader heading to freestyle now. Pull that shot out and see the rest of the field. Right now it's MKA in Lawrenceville. Tina Davis and Jamie Lees. A drive from lane number 2, and that's Sophie Cheng.
Look at the distance per stroke here. So efficient with their breaststroke as they turn into the freestyle.
Still Montclair Kimberly Academy. Fatigue definitely setting in at this point for Tina Davis. 25 to go for Davis, but a good cushion. And Davis hits the wall in a time of 2:27.98.
Really took that race away with her, a 4-second victory over the competition here in heat 2 of 5. Middle lane always seated the fastest and then go outside from there.
And you see how they finish with Cheng, Petey, and Cheng 2, 3, and 4. Two more heats in 200 IM, and you see the next grouping of swimmers.
And such a wide array of experience throughout these heats. You know, we see seniors in their final championship meet here and freshmen getting their first start. It's always an interesting mix of experience, and it's fun to watch.
Well, they definitely had a change of some of the swimmers in this one, but going from the board, Pennington has Karthik Vatsan in lane number 1, Hand for Kent Place in lane 2, Drogan for Newark Academy in 3, Dubau for Pennington in 5, nobody in lane 4, G for Lawrenceville is in lane 6, Caprihan for Newark Academy in 7, and AOSE as Catherine Flanagan in lane number 8. So far, so good for G of Lawrenceville. We're in stroke 2 of 4.
Big fly kicks coming off that wall, propelling you down to the pool with your momentum. Takes a lot of oxygen out of you though, legs using 70% of the body's oxygen as you touch the halfway point of this race. You get a chance to breathe every stroke here on the breaststroke, but I'll be honest, it doesn't make too much of a difference. You can see a lot of teammates at the end of the pool cheering on their competitors. Always love to see good sportsmanship, especially at this younger level.
Yeah, especially AOSC, Academy of St. Elizabeth, with a strong contingent cheering on Catherine Flanagan in lane number 8. Pennington School, they are the defending champions in the Prep B. Dubau with a 38-17 recent split leads this race and will have a comfortable margin heading to freestyle.
This is where you put your head down and grind into the finish, even when there's nobody alongside you.
And Piper Dubau does hit the wall in a time of 2:20.50. Just about what her seed time was. Two more heats here.
Big one coming up as these heats are circle seated. You start to see some of those faster swimmers in the middle of the pool there. Kind of some disparity of the suits swimmers are wearing. Some of them out in those tech suit knee skins, as you can see zooming in on that bright yellow and pink one there. Some ladies just wearing the traditional dual knee suit as well. Both are accepted here at the championship meet.
That's Evan Roldan coming out of lane 3 and Leah Kunis of St. Benedict's in lane number 4. Top seed in this heat. Overall, it's Lizzie Washburn, the top seeded swimmer in this event. She'll swim in the next heat. Slight delay before we begin the next heat.
I know some of these ladies will have different preferences about which heat to be in. Would you rather be in the middle of the pool in one of the earlier heats, or would you rather be on the outside in the fastest heat? And I think that's just racing preference. You know, you want to be in the middle and get up and go, or you want to try to stick with the pack in the fastest heat. And everybody has different strategies, especially in a longer race like this. But you just have to know yourself as an athlete and do what works best for you.
Isabella Ginn of Lawrenceville in 1. Margot Callahan of Kent Place in 2. Evan Roldan of Pennington, the senior, is in 3. Leah Kunis of St. Benedict's is in lane number 4. Zoe Tseng of Mount St. Mary is in 5. Riley Kopp of Mount St. Dominic in 6. Mary Finkelstein of Pingree is in 7. And Gabrielle Lieberman for the Kent Place School in lane number 8. Finkelstein in 7. Among the top-tiered swimmers so far, but don't forget about lane 1. Isabella Ginn so far leading things here in backstroke.
Really push that butterfly on the outside. You certainly have to swim to your specialties of strokes, so she knows if she can get after it in the fly, that'll put her in a good position.
Well, a battle between lanes 1 and 7. The outside smoke here in this one so far.
And IM is a tough race to see the rest of the field, especially if you're Ginn here in lane 1. So you really got to keep your head down, have tunnel vision, and swim your own race instead of trying to check out the rest of the pool. But she knows that there's ladies pushing her around.
Now you can hear how loud it is getting in here. This is the second to last heat. Still Isabella Jin vying for first place. She's got her work cut out for her. The pack starting to catch up here in breaststroke, including Margot Callahan of Kent Place in lane 2, who on the seesaw has taken over first place. So Callahan is there for first, going to freestyle. Evan Roldan as well.
Now it's about keeping your head down into this wall and off the turn, certainly trying not to take a breath before the flags.
Near side of the pool, 1, 2, and 3. Pingree and Finkelstein dropping back. Here comes Jin again. She's got a last gasp here in freestyle. And the hometown swimmer, Isabella Jin from the Lawrenceville School, takes first place in heat 4 of 5.
Really gutsy swim from the freshman to go out pretty quick. Know that breaststroke, she just had to hang in there and then put her head down for the final 50 of freestyle.
As we look at the times on the board, Jin in first, Callahan takes second, Roldan third. I don't know what it means, but it's something when they finish 1, 2, and 3 out of lanes 1, 2, and 3. Finkelstein, who started the race hot, finishes in fourth, but still a quality time for her. And there is Isabella Jin. No Lawrenceville representatives in the next heat. It'll be Phoebe Kaplan of Newark Academy in lane 1. Ting Ting Luo of Pingree in lane 2. Emily Gao of Pingree in lane 3. Lizzie Washburn is your top-seeded swimmer. And at 2:03.26 is her seed time, about 3 seconds better than the ladies on either side of her. Gao for Pingree in 3, and Olivia Chow for Mount St. Mary's is in lane 5. Laura Kim in lane 6 for Newark Academy. Sophia Latini for Mount St. Mary in 7. And Emma David Kanian of Pingree in lane number 8. There she is, wrapping up our field.
Washburn, certainly someone to keep an eye on in the middle of the pool, an opportunity maybe to break this meet or pool record, which is down in the 2:01 area. She'll be leading the pack here early, but certainly some others in the crowd will give her a run for their money.
Another slight delay before we begin this one.
We saw Washburn swim earlier the butterfly leg in the relay, so we'll look to see her get out of the gate pretty quickly there. Olivia Chow, who will be in lane 5, swam the backstroke leg for the winning Mount St. Mary's team. There's a lot of fast swimmers here who already competed in that 200 medley relay, will now compete individually in the 200-yard IM. Laura Kim swam the butterfly leg for Newark. Phoebe Kaplan swam the freestyle leg. Those two teammates competing on opposite ends of the pool in this race. And this could be kind of a interesting time for these women. You know, they're ready to get up and race. You can see some of them looking a little nervous, bopping around down by the blocks. Just waiting for the whistle to get up. Some talking to their teammates.
So it's probably one of the tougher times, right? Your heart rate, you try to keep it down. I guess the ladies, they probably want the race to just begin, because it's like being a field goal kicker in football. You don't want the other coach to call a timeout because you don't want to think about it anymore. You allow that heart rate to rise a little bit, a little bit of an extra delay before these ladies begin this race.
Yeah, at this point, you just trust in your training physically, and so mentally is what you really have to focus on in these types of meets. And right, keeping your heart rate down, trying not to get too antsy, keeping your energy inside. they're just waiting for that whistle to stand up, and there it is.
Well, we mentioned the lane assignments. Lizzie Washburn is the favorite. Kent Place School out of Summit, New Jersey. And the Dragons will look for a state championship in the form of Lizzie. Not much separation through butterfly. Gao and Chow on either side of Washburn so far. A good start from Lizzie Washburn. Sees her momentum come to the near side rope.
We knew she was going to be fast out of the gate, and butterfly splitting a 26.5. Put her about a second ahead of the pack, but Olivia Chow keeping her eye on her in the backstroke.
Well, Emily, it's time for the critical part of the race, that breaststroke portion, and we will see if Washburn can keep it up. Individual medley, such an important stroke or important event to race, especially at the high school level. If you want to have aspirations of swimming at the next level, some innate versatility for these ladies. And Lizzie Washburn showing that she can do it all and looking strong in breaststroke. Pingree has worked itself back into the race. Emily Gao. It's 1, 2, 3 in the middle. And Lizzie Washburn, who's led from start, and we're closing in on the finish. See her teammates cheering her on as she makes the final turn. Washburn's time coming in 2:03.26. Lizzie Washburn from the Kent Place School, state champion in the 200 individual medley.
Really impressive race by these ladies. You can see that they're extremely proficient in all 4 strokes. Getting anywhere near the 2-minute mark in high school, very impressive.
Well, we can look at the final couple strokes for Lizzie again, winning this individual event. Strong race from start to finish, and getting some congratulations. Not only her teammates, but her opponents as well.
Yeah, really nice sportsmanship there by the ladies, coming in 1, 2, 3, giving each other's high fives and pats off the back after that competition. You know, that's really what it's all about. It's nice to see that, especially as you said, Simon, between not just the teammates, but the competition.
Chow gets second, and we'll zoom in on the face of the first place winner. Lizzie Washburn with a nice smile. Parents are here as well, family members. It is a full pool, more so than I think we, again, saw yesterday. But good energy, and congratulations to Lizzie Washburn for winning this one. Well, we've got some sprints next, and it's going to be girls 50-yard freestyle. Real quick, we'll look at the results so far. Mount St. Mary's winning 200 medley. Hannah Wilson of Blair taking 200 free. And 200 IM to Lizzie Washburn and Kent Place School. Well, we got to quickly go to this one because it's a quick race. So we've got 8 heats.
Nice little splash and dash after the 8-lap race. only have 2 laps, and this is definitely one of the events that you'll see more stacked of swimmers. We have 8 heats.
And it's Victoria Wong of Villa Walsh out of lane 1 for the first win, 28-23. Your meet record is 23:57. That stood since 2012. Jenna Imormino. Victoria Wong of Villa Walsh takes the first one. Second heat, we'll have Serena Nguyen of MKA in lane 1, Leah Kunis of St. Benedict's in 2, Alexa McCarris of St. Elizabeth in 3, Elizabeth Rogers of Oak Knoll in lane 4, Gabby Davis of Mo Baird is in lane 5, Serena Lee of Hun in 6, Chelsea Clark of Hun in 7, Mackenzie Doherty of Morristown Baird School in lane number 8.
While there's some strategy in 200s, not so much in the 50. It's really just get up and go, emphasis on the starts, turns, and finish. If there's anything you're planning out in this race, it's where to take your breaths, but you're really not going to see a lot of them in 2 laps. And into the finish there.
It's Rogers who takes first, with McCarris in second. Heat 3 of 8. There are quite a few exhibition 50-yard freestyles that we'll be seeing, so some more splashes and dashes, as you said. This one will have Naomi Murphy of St. Elizabeth in lane 1, Kara Wise of Rutgers Prep in lane 2. Molly Ritter of Oak Knoll is in 3. Yuna Cho of Lawrenceville in 4. Zaya Senga of Princeton Day School is in 5. Kat Lee of the Hun School of Princeton in 6. Alexa Khan of MKA in 7. And Celine Argueta of St. Benedict's is in lane number 8. Good race so far out of lane 5. Senga gonna vie for it, and middle of the pool finishes 1-2. Lane 5 the win. Senga, then Cho.
Nice little win by the freshman there, able to drop a second off of her seed time.
Next group, Catherine Cepeda in lane 1 from Kent Place. Bryn Kearns of St. Elizabeth in 2. Leela Ricott of Newark Academy in lane 3. Parker Leslie of Blair in lane 4. Ava Burns of Pennington in 5. Skylar Lee of Kent Place in 6. Megan Sott of Kent Place in 7. And Lena Forciak of MKA is in lane number 8. 1 through 8, not much separation. And it is, in the end, lane 4 who gets the win with Parker Leslie.
That was all in Leslie's finish there. She kept her head down, sort of picked up her turnover rate in past the flags, and that is what allowed her to get her head on the wall, just 6/100ths of a second faster than the second place swimmer.
Now you're looking at the times 1 through 8, and not much difference between first and 8th, less than a second. All right, before we know it, we will be in Heat 8 of 8, but we're in Heat 5 of 8 at the moment. And it's Michaela Villa Joaquin of Rutgers Prep in lane 1, Vivian Teely of Lawrenceville in 2, Maiti O'Connor of Wardlaw Hartridge in 3, Mina Canberler of Lawrenceville in 4, Jingjing Luo of Pingree in 5, Sari Berman of Pingree in 6, Cadence McGinley of Mount St. Dominic in 7. Her teammate in Isabel Imperatori is in lane number 8.
Bunch of Lawrenceville students out at this meet holding up signs for their teammates in these races. It's nice to see some support from some other students here who are out at school today.
I'm sure they'd rather be in class.
Oh, sure.
Off they go for another 50 yards of freestyle. Lane 5 perhaps with the edge. That's Jingjing Luo of Pingree. And indeed, Luo with the finish, a half second better than Canberlar of Lawrenceville. Nice smile out of lane 5 as well.
First time we slipped down to the 27-second marker, and it's only going to get faster from here as everybody in the next 3 heats coming into this race with a 27 split or faster.
And those ladies who will be competing, Emma Brown on the blocks for lane 1 from Mount St. Mary's, Giselle Lee of Wardlaw Hartridge in lane 2. Margot Scott from Gill St. Bernard's is in lane 3. Ellie Moose of Newark Academy in 4. Katie Robinson of Blair in 5. Simran Malik of PDS in 6. Ava Tiscornia of Oak Knoll in 7. And Olivia Kachinka of the Pennington School in lane number 8. Another lane 5 lead here in this one. And another lane 5 win. Robinson. 27:03 for Robinson. Tiscornia 27:34. Brown takes third for Mount St. Mary's out of 1. All right, next group. We've got 2 more. Lauren Siegel of Newark Academy in 1. Madison Gajewski of Mount St. Dominic in 2. Elise McGirt of Mount St. Dominic in 3. Claire Wong of Newark Academy in 4. Elena Nishay of Pennington in 5. Sasha Steele of the Cougars of MKA in 6. Jessica Park of Kent Place in 7. And Grayson Ward of Pennington in 8. In the middle,
turnover.
It's a win for Wong. Didn't mean to cut you off there, Emma.
Oh, no, just so quick. Ran out of time.
Man, not a ton of time for 2 voices in 50 yards of freestyle. Even 1 voice, by the time I'm finished calling the names, they're about done with the race.
And that's a good sign for them. A really quick heat, 25.55. Your winning time in the middle of the pool. That is a good split.
Onward to the final. Maddie Laws of Lawrenceville in lane 1. Olivia Gistraub of Blair in 2. Mia Quiffo of Pingree's in 3. Danny Carter of Mount St. Mary in 4. Second top seed is Catherine Ritter from Mount St. Mary in 5. Riley Baczynski of Blair in 6. Livia Menadis of Mount St. Mary in 7. And Lauren Kim of Pingree in 8. Mount St. Mary vying for first. It's 2 Lions to the wall. And it's Ritter just ahead of her teammate. State championship win for Mount St. Mary's, Catherine Ritter, and second place as well to Mount St. Mary's for Carter.
What a close race by teammates that train together all the time in the middle of the pool there. That was a get-up-and-go race.
Let's take one more look at the finish of this one. We'll try to slow it down for you at the end.
Just keeping your head down and getting your hand in there first.
And to the podium presentation. MSMA well represented. And Catherine Ritter, your winner.
And we'll see some more 50s coming up in the exhibition event. So more ladies getting the opportunity to get up and go in this race, but crowning the state champion there with Catherine Ritter, who we've seen in a couple other events already today. So she is certainly putting in the work here at this meet.
Well, Emily, Mount St. Mary's put on a show last year. It was pretty much us talking about the Lions, the majority of the race, or majority of the event, and Mount St. Mary's with a good start. Winning the 200 medley relay. Catherine Ritter was a part of that, and she joins the other individual winners as you look at them. So now 50-yard exhibition. Talked about the ability for these ladies to not only compete against others, but compete against themselves. That's what swimming's all about. And a good opportunity for these ladies to put up their top times.
Swimming a nice mix of being an individual sport, where, as you said, Simon, you really compete against yourself and you have an opportunity to get better every single day. But it's also a team support, and you couldn't do it without a lot of these ladies on the sidelines cheering you on, pushing you to go faster in practice, holding you accountable. It's a nice mix between the two.
Well, I think they're going straight to the heat number 2. This is Pandy for Hun in lane 2. Nina Nera of Rutgers Prep in 3. Claire Wang of Rutgers Prep in 4. Layla Zatra for Rutgers Prep in 5. Jennifer Bicos in 6. Emily Ramos and Sovereign Brown from St. Benedict's in 7 and 8. We're going to have this 50-yard freestyle exhibitions. Once we're done the exhibitions, there will be a 20-minute break. Winner there for Nera of Rutgers Prep out of lane 3.
Get to see a couple of new names here on the heat sheets. Ask the ladies to stand here before they say go. Another touchy moment.
All right, next group. Who do we have? Jillian Whaler of Hun in lane 1. It's Selena Lynn for Rutgers Prep in 2. Miriam Portnoy of Rutgers Prep in 3. Imani Farrell in 4 for Kemp Place. Emma Brading for St. Elizabeth in 5. Sam Donnelly in 6. Megan Lehall of Rutgers Prep in 7. Sarah Kian of Rutgers Prep in 8. And Jillian Whaler gets that victory.
And a good competitive race there. Lots of handshakes after touching the wall. And again, nice to see the sportsmanship all around here in this prep school championship meet. Some more 50s to go.
Olive Sedlak will be in lane 1 for St. Elizabeth. Annie Egan of Oak Knoll in lane 2. Desiree Mitchell of Oak Knoll in lane 3. Cipriana Rue of Hun in lane 4. Nadira Dietz of Rutgers Prep in 5. Emily Conroy of Mo Baird in 6. Antonella Ortega of Morristown Baird in lane 7. And Grace Williams of Kent Place in lane 8.
Good start out of the middle of the pool. Big kick, you can see propelling her across and into the turn. For freestyle, you can swim any stroke, and so we do see a 50 butterfly happening at the end of the pool, but that technically counts towards this time, if that's what you're better at.
Pingree the winner. Thomas out of lane number 8.
And that's just knowing your strengths there.
All right, a few more to go. Well, I think 8 more to go. Caroline Hendrickson in lane 1 for Pennington. Arushi Gupta of Rutgers Prep in lane 2. Kate McCaffrey of Oak Knoll in 3. Jordan Feeney of Mount St. Mary in 4. Raina Desai of Rutgers Prep in 5. Sophia DeBruzen of St. Elizabeth in 6. Grace Craig of Pennington in 7. And Nadia McManus Shorts of Mount St. Dominic will be in lane number 8.
Another nice full heat of this 50 freestyle, and it seems like maybe a swimmer out of position in one of the middle lanes. Got to make sure that gets corrected before everyone dives in. I know they did update the heat sheets right before this race went off. But as you were saying before, Simon, really impressed with the crowd here at the Lawrenceville School, whether you're listening to us here at the pool or you're at home or at work. Thanks for joining us.
Got a couple more moments. We can pump our coverage next week of the Ivy League Swim Championships. I'll be calling the meet. McGee Moody, former South Carolina coach, will be our color commentator, and Emily joining us for deckside interviews. And that'll be hosted at D'Annunzio Pool in Princeton, so we're looking forward to the Ivy League Women's Swim Championships next week.
Yeah, if you just like to watch swimming, that's a good one to tune into. There's going to be some really good talent on show.
And a good warm-up for us here today. We did call the names for this one already. Yeah, we're in heat 5 of 12, and the win for Hendrickson of the Pennington School. Out of lane number 1, 34 flat. 4 seconds better than her seed time.
Certainly have to keep your eyes on the outside lanes in this meet. We've seen a lot of fast swimming in those 1, 2, 3 lanes, which has been fun. Officials having everybody get out before the next race begins instead of flyover starts. Just creates a calm pool to dive into.
I'm watching David Laws go back and forth. When David Laws is out on the pool deck near the diving platform, the meet director, who does such a great job, we know that probably some sort of thing that he's dealing with. But again, a shout out to David and the entirety of the Lawrenceville-based staff that put on this event. Just a tremendous undertaking. Trip Wellborn, the athletic director. Well, Carla Guido has done big work for this as well. One of the bigger events that Lawrenceville School hosts, and well, they're going to continue to host with a pool like this.
Yeah, this is really a pool for a championship style meet, as you said before. 8 lanes here. It's really deep in the diving well, and it's got, you know, updated starting blocks, updated pads. Good place for a elite competition.
Well, we have a moment to go over our next group. It's Nia Opraji of Hun in lane 1, Nicole Rajpurahit of Rutgers Prep in 2, Rachel Huang of MKA in 3, Kira Ardiz of Oak Knoll in 4, Daniela Avella of MSDA, that's Mount St. Dominic in 5, Mount St. Dominic with Finola Giblin in 6, and Ivana Tanis of Mo Baird in 7, Raquel Kunha of Mount St. Dominic in 8. All right, after a longer delay, here we go. Heat 6 of 12 in the exhibitions.
Ardiz in the middle of the pool with some really speedy turnover rate. You can see how fast she's getting her arms back up into the reaching position, pulling through the water, and she's got a serious kick going on behind her, and that's given her about a full body lead into the finish.
Pretty close finish there, 1 and 2, 32-46 versus 33-83. But Oak Knoll's Ardiz with the win. And there are your times. That group exits. The next one will feature Anna Basile of Pennington in 1, Archisha Sonig of Rutgers Prep in 2, Bella Latini of Mount St. Mary in 3, Piper Mays of Kent Place in 4, Lena Cortez of Pennington in 5, Grace Weibel of MSMA in 6, Alexa Clayton of MKA in 7, and Caroline McGraw of Pennington, the sophomore, in lane number 8.
A fight here for a first place finish, really tight in the middle of the pool.
From Cortez and Mays. Bang, bang at the finish. 1-2 goes Cortez and Mays. Pennington's Lena Cortez, your winner. She looks up at the board, and we look at the times as well. 32-31 versus 32-54. For the next group, that's Madeline Mon of Kent Place in lane 1. Katie Twilley of Mount St. Mary in 2. Courtney McGow of St. Elizabeth in 3. Bridget Cogan of Mount St. Mary in 4. Miranda Santiago of Kent Place in 5. Sydney McShaw of Mount St. Dominic in 6. Gabriela Barrios of Mount St. Dominic in 7. Mia Seyfarth of Pennington in lane number 8. Good start, 1 through 8. Lane 5, Santiago, the edge. By now, quite a large margin here in this 50-yard free. And she's got it. Her time, 30:75.
You can see how well she was driving herself across the pool, pushing all the water back.
Got a little thumbs up there from Kent Place School winner. And Miranda Santiago. Here's the next heat. 4 more here in 50 free exhibition. Lexi Aguirre of Mount St. Dominic in 1. Ivy Zhang of Pingree in 2. Catherine Sudavar of Mount St. Dominic in 3. Michaela McCragg of Pennington in 4. Olivia Craig of Pennington in 5. Pennington also with Emily Birkenstock in 6. Annabelle Johnson of Mount St. Mary in 7. And Eloise Widener of Lawrenceville in lane number 8. Lane number 3, Sudavar. Waves to the fans, 30.21 for Sudavar, 2 seconds better than her seed time. Second place to Zhang, and third to Craig. Next group, Emma Shiles of Mount St. Mary in 1. Cece Farrington of Blair in 2. Eve Rubenstein of Blair in 3. Morgan McDonald of Pingree in 4. Lolita Nishay of Pennington in 5. Kaya Collier of Blair in 6. Sakai Jones of Mount St. Mary in 7. And Caroline Hines of Mount St. Mary in lane number 8. Looks like lane 8 is going to vie for this one.
Really nice race going on between these ladies. Everybody up there as they push into the finish.
And to the finish we go. It will be Hines 1, Farrington 2. And a little love from her teammate as well, Jones, congratulating Caroline. So Hines finishes 1, Farrington for Blair 2, as you see there. Well, we're hearing some male voices cheering. That means that there's a Lawrenceville swimmer in the race. Alex Jones of Kent Place is in 1. Harini Venkatesh for Lawrenceville is getting the cheer. She's in lane 2. Kayla Peng of Kent Place in 3. Julia Zhang of Newark Academy in 4. Tess Hainwald of Pennington in 5. Jenna Brennan of Mount St. Mary in 6. Nora Clow of Kent Place in 7. And Megan Llewellyn Jones of Kent Place in lane number 8. Hainwald in the middle. .30.52. Zhang with a 30.60 and Jones the 31.05. Final exhibition heats. Marin Bowman of Mount St. Mary's in 1. Tanya Lau of Blair in 2. Sophie Wybell of Mount St. Mary's in 3. Summer Partridge of Pennington in 4. Ariana Deshpande of Lawrenceville in 5. Casey McKeon of Pingree in 6. Marika Jambuti of Pingree in 7. And Haley Lamont of Mount St. Mary in lane number 8.
Lots of really strong kicks here into the final finish.
Deshpande of Lawrenceville. And the crowd likes it. The boys over there on the far balcony cheering for Deshpande. And there is that 20-minute break that is upon us now. So we will be back. Before we take that break, well, I guess you can see it's counting. Just show you the results real quick. Mount St. Mary's winning the 200 medley relay. Hannah Wilson of Blair taking the 200 free. Kent places Lizzie Washburn, the 200 IM, 50 freestyle to Catherine Ritter, and a whole bunch of events left when we come back. So stick with us. Simon and Emily will be back, and we'll see you in 1918 and counting.
We are back at the New Jersey Girls State Championship meet here at the Lawrenceville School as we head into the girls' 100-yard butterfly, of which there will be 6 heats. As we took a 20-minute break, women getting a chance to warm down. There's no other pool area to warm down here, so an opportunity for everybody to shake out that lactic acid and build into their next couple of events. Ladies getting up on the blocks to start things off. Molinaro out in lane 1, Tom Forty in 2, Forciak in 3, Lipke in lane number 4, Ciadella in 5, Zatru in 6, Hunt in 7, and Rubin in 8. And this will be a pretty quick event, not as quick as the 50 free, but still kind of a splash and dash for these women as they go out of the second lap of 4, and we see down in lane number 1 at the bottom of your screen, Molinaro is really taking it out fast, 30.3, her first split, and she just looks so rhythmic on the top of the water, keeping her hips up is one of the most important parts of butterfly. She does come into this heat with the fastest split time, starting with heat 2, able to fill out that heat number 1 and other heats, and she's really getting out after it, almost 3 body lengths ahead of the competition, and she beats her seed time there, 1:04.68, an outside smoke at the bottom of your screen in lane number 1. Ladies finishing this race. One of the hardest parts of butterfly is keeping that rhythm. Once you kind of lose the rhythm of your stroke, it really starts to fall apart and become more painful than it already is. You try to keep your head down and your hips up the best that you can. That keeps your body on the surface, and then you're really propelling yourself instead of dragging yourself across the pool. And we'll head into heat number 3 of 6. Isabella Maresca from Rutgers Prep out in 1. Brianna Lee of Wardlaw Hart in 2. Charlotte Petty of the Hun School in 3. Tina Davis from MKA, the fastest time in this heat in lane number 4. Jamie Lees from Lawrenceville and her teammate Yuna Chu in 5 and 6. Caitlin Guttino in 7 of MSDA, and out of Newark Prep, Alyssa Lee in lane number 8. Fast start here, starts and turns, very important in the butterfly. One of the big things is the 2-hand touch, making it a legal turn, but also just touching and not grabbing, as tempting as it is to grab those gutters. Really want to try not to do that and stop all your momentum. Two sort of different strokes going on in the middle of the pool. Davis and Lees battling it out here in the final 25. It's going to be a fight to the finish here. Who can keep their stroke the longest into the wall? And it does look like a really nice finish from Davis, 1:06.74 to take the victory. She really held on in that final 15 yards, kept her head down inside the flags, and was able to take the victory as we head into heat 4 of 6, flying by here in the women's 100-yard butterfly. Malia Riley of Pennington, a freshman in lane number 1, Sophia Burton in 2 from the Hun School. The senior from Lawrenceville, Adeline Zhu, and her teammate Alice Z from Lawrenceville in lane number 4. Piper Summers out of Blair Academy in 5. Sasha Steele from MKA, a freshman in lane 6. Out of Pennington in lane number 7, Dithya Karthis Vatsian. And in lane number 8, Kane Wang from Pingaree. As the pool quiets down for the start here. That's really quick reaction time coming in to this race. Got to get off the block quick. It's Just about a minute of time for this event, so you can't waste a split second. Nice underwaters there from Summers and Blair Academy in the middle of the pool in that blue knee skin. Really propelling herself across the pool. She had a fantastic split time back in the 200 medley relay, swimming just a 50 this event, a little bit longer here. Picks about a third of the way down the pool. Putting on some pressure is Zhu out of lane number 3. But into the turn, it is all Summers out of Blair fighting. Keep your eye on Steele out in lane 6, who's got a good kick into the wall. But it's Summers, 1:02.35, a really nice time, and her team is psyched for her as she nears that 1 minute barrier. That is such a hard-fought spot to get to. We might see some ladies under a minute in the next 2 heats. The final 2 heats of the women 100-yard butterfly. Beatrix Kim in lane number 1, the senior from Pennington. Mary Finkelstein of Pingery in 2. Phoebe Kaplan, who we've seen earlier today out of Newark, in lane number 3. Megan Dwyer from Mount St. Mary's in 4. Her teammate Kayla Marion in lane number 5. Riley Baczynski of Blair in 6. Sanja Mula of PDS in 7. And Aaliyah Kennedy from Kent Place rounding it out in lane number 8. See really good forward motion here, trying to keep your hips up the surface so you go horizontal across the pool instead of a lot of up and down. Teammates Dwyer and Marion, who I'm sure are very good training partners throughout the course of this long season, neck and neck here as they touch at the halfway point. 27.96, a really good split for Marion. Got to get out fast to put up a fast time. There's just not enough yards in this quick race. And it's going to be a fight to the finish here to see who can keep their stroke rate up in the final 15 yards. MSMA gonna take first. It's just who will take it. And they both get under that minute mark. 59.59 for Marion and 59.74 for Dwyer. 2 very impressive finishes for these swimmers. Let's hear a coach and some fans yelling from the pool. That was a great swim all around in that heat. And as we head into the final heat, we'll see some really fast times here. Lauren Kim of Pingery in 1, Laura Kim of Newark in 2, Sophia Lewinag in 3 of MSDA. Lizzie Washburn, who already took a victory in the 2IM, is in lane 4. Emily Gow, who had a great swim earlier today, from Pingery in 5. Sophia Latini of Mount St. Mary's in 6. Amelia Stevenson of Pennington, the senior, in 7. And Liv Minton of Kent Place in lane number 8. This is really a big sprint for these ladies. Everybody vying to go under a minute. Lizzie Washburn has a win under her belt, and we know she's good at the butterfly swim and in the relay and as a part of the IM, and she's got just some seriously good underwaters. She keeps her body so parallel to the surface, getting as much distance per stroke as she can, but also keeping that stroke rate up, and she is about a body length lead over the rest of the field into this final turn. Emily Gow of Pingery trying to make up some ground, but it is all Lizzie Washburn in that pink knee skin, taking it into the finish. 55.73. What a victory for Lizzie Washburn. That is her second of the meet as she wins the state title. Really nice victory there. And let's run it back here into the final 15 or so yards. You can see she has control of this field well ahead. She puts in a nice two-hand touch finish, keeps her head down, and comes away with her second victory of the meet. Coming in second, Lewinang, 57.97. And in third, 57.98 from Latini in lane 6. So really it's respectable heat there. Everybody going in the 59 territory. And we will see the crowning of the champions here. As we watch third place for Latini being crowned on the blocks. Luanang of MSDA, her teammate, coming in second and winning this race. Lizzie Washburn, 55.73. I love how happy she looks with that victory. Can't believe them getting on the blocks right after they finish. Must be exhausted there, but happy do they look, and that caps off the 100-yard butterfly for these women. And we're going to keep sprinting here as we merge into the 100-yard freestyle, of which there will be 8 heats of these finals. Cam Shull of Villa Walsh in lane 3, Desiree Mitchell of Oak Knoll in 4, her teammate Annie Egan in 5, and Kyla Mazzy of Villa Walsh in 6. So just 2 teams represented in this heat. It's not full, but an opportunity to start us off strong here in the 100 freestyle. And maybe in some of the later heats, we might see some of the records challenge. This meet record, 51.02. Ingrid Schuch hit that back in 2014. And all the pool records set this season because it's the first season using this brand new, beautiful pool. Into the first turn here at the bottom of your screen in lane number 3, Shull taking it out the fastest. Really nice long stroke there. See, getting a lot of distance with every pull. Getting way out in front of the rest of the crowd. That sometimes happens in these earlier heats. And she is going to come into the finish first. Looked like a 105 something to me, as it didn't quite hit the touchpad exactly perfect, but that's okay. That's what the timers are there for, as a backup, and they will record her time manually instead, unless the board can catch up. No big deal there. They've got that written down, and she'll get credit for the swim as we finish up this first heat of 8. Really nice crowd here at the Lawrenceville School today. Lots of family, friends, and students supporting these women. As we head into heat number 2 of 8, Rachel Lang from MKA in 1, Abby Ewing of Mo Baird in 2, Valerie Navarro from the Hun School in 3, Shannon Hunt from AOES in 4, Alexa Clayton, the sophomore from MKA in 5, Kira Ardis, who had a good swim earlier from Oak Knoll in lane 6, Nina Nera of Rutgers Prep in 7, and Rebecca Miranda from St. Benedict's out at the top of your screen in lane 8. And she did get off to a good start out there. You see the middle of the pool out in front, but so is Miranda at the top of your screen. Starts and turns, very important in the 100-yard freestyle. Got to have a good reaction time. And Sharp Fly kicks off the wall, and she's going to take out that first 50 the quickest here, flipping 32.23. Couple of ladies in the middle of the pool trying to catch up with her. But she is off to a really nice start there out in front, and probably can't see the women in the middle of the pool, and the women in the middle of the pool probably can't see her. So you kind of have to have some tunnel vision in your own race and just stick your head down and do what you do best. But look at that kick on her in the outside lane. That is going to propel her to victory here. St. Benedict's Rebecca Miranda coming away with the win in heat number 2, 1:08.68. She looks psyched out in lane number 8. Love to see all the hard work pay off throughout the course of a long season. Here we go to heat number 3. Mackenzie Doherty from Mobaird in lane number 1. Julia Wolf, the freshman at the Hun School, in 2. Gabby Davis from Mobaird, another freshman in lane number 3. Miranda Santiago, top time in this heat from Kent State in lane number 4. Alina Agatar from Rutgers Prep in 5. Serena Lee out of the Hun School, the senior, in 6. Siona Surigi from Rutgers Prep in 7. And Natalie Ewing from MKA in lane number 8. Off we go for another big sprint. Not much strategy in this race like we talked about with the 50 free. If anything, it's maybe controlling where your breaths are, controlling when you take them, but a lot of this is just putting your head down. Strong pull, strong kick for 4 laps. Nice turn in the middle, the pull there from Santiago. Leading the pack, giving her a run for her money is Wolf in lane number 2 with that bright red cap you can see. As they flip into the final 25 yards. Try not to take that big breath right off the wall. Keep your head down and fight into the finish. And it does look like there's going to be another outside smoke. Julia Wolf, 107.93, fought hard in the final 15 yards and picked up the victory in heat number 3. So a lot of really nice finishes here in the final few yards of these races. These ladies showing off their endurance even in a sprint race. Heading into heat number 4.
I'm back, Emily.
Simon's back.
Thanks for holding down the
Thank
fort.
God.
I don't know what we would do without you here, though.
Oh man, we're having a lot of fun. Simon puts together these play-by-play production streams. Such top-notch video quality thanks to him and our cameraman Nick, and all these awesome in-and-out graphics as well.
Yeah, it's fun doing the play-by-play. It's even more fun when you're doing the play-by-play and you're cutting between cameras as well.
That's talent, folks.
Doing what we can to bring you guys the action, everyone at home, as best we can. And it's also fun to have quality talent on the air like you, Emily, who can hold down the fort.
Thank you.
Again, excited to work with Emily in the during the Ivy League Championships next week. Here we are at the preps. And here in 100 yards of butterfly, event number 6, or heat 4, event 6. Excuse me, 100 yards of freestyle.
Yeah, we're already on to the freestyle.
Yeah, where have I been? Good question. And heat number 4, we've got Kiara Baldy of Wardlaw Hartridge in lane 1, Ashley Rohde of Mount St. Dominic in 2, Alexa Garrido of Kent Place in 3, Ava Burns in 4. They just finished up with Lily Henderson of Hun in lane number 7, Celine Argueta of St. Benedict's in lane number 8, and there are the names, there are the finishes as well.
Henderson having the fastest time we've seen so far today, 103.74, but these next few heats are really going to smoke, especially as we get down to heat number 8. A lot of ladies like to swim the sprint freestyle, and so you'll see a lot of contestants in these heats.
Another full pull. Well, actually, we might have a scratch out of lane 4 in this next one. Seems to be the case. Isabel Imperator of Mount St. Dominic in 1. Katie Ferris of Mount St. Mary in 2. Sophia Formains of St. Elizabeth in 3. Lane 4 vacant. Maiko Marapo of Mount St. Dominic in 5. Balasubramanian of Rutgers Prep in 6. Marin Bowman of Mount St. Mary in 7. And Selena Desai of Blair Academy in lane number 8. Good start for Balasubramanian of Rutgers Prep. Out of lane 6, a 28.56 first 50 split.
She's just got such high turnover rate. You can see at the top of your pool, her arms are moving. And she's clearly getting a lot of water pulled beyond her, even with how quick they're going.
Oh, Balasubramanian from start to finish here in this one. Heat number 5 of 8 of 100-yard freestyle. Good race for her. Lane 2 in Ferris seems to be second. Nope, she'll actually take 5th. It's Balasubramanian with the Rutgers Prep cheer as she looks up on the balcony at some of her teammates. Here are the times. First place for Balasubramanian. Love saying that name. Second place to Four Mains. Third place to Marapo of Mount St. Dominic. Your meet record is Julia Meisner, set last year. Part of that Mount St. Mary dominant performance. The pool record is 54.74, set by Taylor O'Grimley in early December. And I'm looking at 100-yard butterfly, of course.
I think these girls wish that the pool record was 54. You might see that broken, but 51.02 the meet record here for the 100-yard freestyle.
Well, you can hear it's going to be a little bit harder to hear us with the decibel level starting to rise as we climb closer to that final heat here in 100-yard freestyle. This is heat 6 of 8. Margot Scott of Gill St. Bernard's in 1. Julia Riccio of St. Elizabeth in 2. Marissa Lombardi of Lawrenceville in 3. Katie Robinson of Blair in 4. Ellie Moose of Newark Academy in 5. It's Phoebe Hirsch of MKA in 6. Parker Leslie of Blair in 7. And Gabby DiLorenzo of Pingree in number 8. Lane 3, Lombardi. First place.
Such a long stroke out of Lombardi. The freshman here has a lot of cheers from her teammates on the pool deck and some fans in the crowd, and she puts up a really nice time getting under that 1-minute barrier.
Two more. There's Lombardi exiting the pool. Next group with Giselle Lee of Wardlaw Hartridge in 1. Lauren Siegel of Newark Academy in 2. Beatrix Kim of Pennington in 3. Elena Nashe of Pennington in 4. Lauren Markowitz of Newark Academy in 5. Cece Cagliari of Pingree in 6. Grayson Ward of Pennington in 7. And Adeline Zhao of Lawrenceville in lane number 8.
See those kicks going on everybody down there. That makes a big impact in a short race like this. Can't let your momentum die out into the turns. So you'll see a lot of women keeping their head down, and that's the right way to go into the final leg.
A pretty even splits between 4 of the 8 swimmers here in this heat, and still no separation to the final turn. In the middle in lanes 4 and 5, Nashe and Markowitz battle. Lane 7, Ward for Pennington might have a hair of a lead. Coming to the finish, it's a first place for Ward of Pennington. Grayson gets it. And Grayson Ward of the Pennington School with a 57 flat, 57.16 for Siegel, who was hiding in lane 2. With Markowitz out of Newark Academy in 3rd place. Owen Markowitz was a big key for Newark Academy's Prep B win in the boys' side of things, which we saw yesterday. Next up is our final heat in 100-yard freestyle. Ava John of Lawrenceville in lane 1. Livia Menadis of Mount St. Mary in 2. Mia Quiffo of Pingree in 3. Danny Carter of Mount St. Mary in 4. Ting Ting Luo of Pingree in 5. Olivia Jastrab of Blair in 6. Amanda Rohde of Mount St. Dominic in 7. And Maddie Laws daughter of David Laws, the meet director here in lane number 8. So Lawrenceville looking for the outside smoke. Mount St. Mary's holding down the middle of the pool with Danny Carter, who's been a standout so far. And she's a standout in this race. Halfway done, the split of 25-36 is the best on the board.
Such an impressive first 50. Got to get out fast if you want to put up a good time in a race like this, and she certainly did.
Here comes Danny Carter for another 25. Holding the lead, edging towards a state championship. And Danny Carter gets there. In the 100-yard freestyle, Mount St. Mary's has Danny Carter as a state champion.
53-26, the only lady to get under that 54-second mark, but everybody in this final heat putting up an impressive time in this championship meet.
So Danny Carter does it, and she joins the leaderboard, which we will show you here in a moment. Danny Carter, second Mount St. Mary's individual winner. Mount St. Mary's and Pingree are vying for the A championship right now. And Mount St. Mary's winning that 200 medley, as you see, as well. As we look at the winners.
Seeing them crowned on the starting blocks right over there. And lots of cheers coming from the crowd. You love to hear that sportsmanship.
And a good thumbs up there with a smile for Danny Carter. All right, next up, going to breathe a little bit easier through these races, Emily. 500-yard freestyle. We mentioned Catherine Meisner, who holds many records. Julia Meisner had that last record we were talking about, the 100-yard butterfly. Remember that dynamic duo from Mount St. Mary's, Julia and Catherine, who were both phenomenal swimmers. And Catherine Meisner is the one who holds the record in 500-yard freestyle. The meet record's 4:53.93 set last year. I think the pool record might be within reach, 5:10.75, because you've got Hannah Wilson of Blair with a seed time that would be the pool record. So we'll look out for that. The young history of this Lawrenceville school pool.
And a good number of students getting into this long race. You know, this is a 20-lap race. We talked about it earlier. This is a race where you're going to see counters at the end of the lane. And put in the one. You don't always have to put in the one. I think everybody gets it's the first. But sometimes it's just nice there for stability to know that your counter has shown up at the end of the block.
And I wonder, this is one thing that you mentioned during the Ivy or the Princeton hosted meet that we worked together a couple months ago, was the communication that the counters have, not just dropping the numbers down in the pool, but whether they're actually communicating with their teammates, whether they're on their pace that they want.
Right, a lot of times a message is being sent from the counters at the end of the lane. They're looking towards their coaching staff on the side of the pool. They're following the pacing up on the board. And so if you start to see them go side to side with the numbers, that means slow down. You've gotten a little bit ahead of your pace. Rarely, if ever, do you see slow down in a meet. But you'll often see the pumping signal up and down vertically. That means speed up, you've fallen off your pace. And we might see that towards the end. And, of course, you'll see the big red square signaling the final lap and the bell that is rung to the fastest swimmer signaling the final lap. So this is a long race. This is one where you sort of get really in your head. And so it's nice to have that outset reminder of where you are at during this race.
Well, we haven't introduced the swimmers in this first of 4 finals in 500-yard freestyle. This is our longest event, 500 yards. Cassidy Jordan of Mount St. Dominic is in lane 2. Alexa Garrido of Kent Place in 3. Caitlin Falkowski of Mount St. Mary in 4. Paulina Brem of Pingree in 5. Isabella Maresca of Rutgers Prep is in 6. Nevin Mahoney of Villa Walsh in 7. And that does it for this field. You get a look at the leader at the moment. It's Brem of Pingree, 34-38.
She's got such a long stroke there in the middle of the pool. She's keeping a steady kick, not too aggressive, trying to keep all of the energy in her lungs available. But she does utilize it enough to propel her across the pool and keep the momentum going. And she's been pretty solid pace work so far. She hit a 34 on the last 50, so we'll see what she comes up with here as she takes her turn.
35-45, so dropping a bit. The time to beat overall for Brem is 6:30.18. I forget which events you used to swim when you were in high school and then onward to college.
In high school, swam sometimes the 500, 100 free, 200 free maybe, and the 100 fly. Then when I moved on to college, mid-distance freestyle and the 200 fly, that was my bread and butter. But they don't offer that in high school, thankfully, because that's a lot of work.
Well, still well-versed in this 500-yard freestyle. It's all pacing, though. I'm sure you have plenty of insight into the mental battle that these ladies have to go through these longer races.
Yeah, the middle of the race can be really tough there. It's hard to stay focused when you have no oxygen entering your body. But you do a good job of pacing. It's something that a lot of coaches will practice throughout the course of the season, is just knowing what it feels like to hit a 35, knowing what it feels like to hit a 38, so that you can try to replicate that during a meet. And a lot of these ladies doing a really good job of just consistency over the course of the race. As we talked about with the 200, there's a lot of different strategies that you can employ. Some people like to get out fast and see how long they can hold it. Other people, like myself, were more of a back-end swimmer, so trying to pick up that last 200 and pull back into the race. So it's really just knowing yourself and knowing what works for you.
Well, whatever's working for Paulina Brem is leading her to first place by a wide margin here. Another look at the pace, 36:20. Some other ones on the board in the 39:40 range. So Brem, by her lonesome, number 17 is dropped down in the pool in front of her.
Yeah, and she's starting to lap some of these other swimmers, which I'm sure feels really good for her. When you're all out there on your lonesome in one of these races, that's something that you can sort of look towards to keep the competition alive. Obviously, a lot of it is internal competition, but sometimes it's nice to just, see someone alongside of you and try to work it that way as she hears the bell, which means the final 50.
Probably music to her ears.
Sure it is. Best sound.
Well, she's well on pace to break her season best time of 6:30.18.
Like to see that kick being picked up there in the final 20.
Under the flag she goes, and the final stroke leads to a 5:45.44.
Really impressive pace work there. That's when you can tell that the work that you've been putting in all season long really comes to fruition here and pays off in the championship meet.
So Paulina Brem finishing up in fine fashion.
And the rest of the field still working on the course of their race.
Yeah, we'll pull it out and watch the others finish up. Mount St. Mary's does so in Falkowski. And so does Garrido of Kent Place. couple more on their last few strokes. Mahoney of Villa Walsh and Jordan of Mount St. Dominic. And that will do it for the first of 4 of these longer races. Oh, still a couple more laps for Villa Walsh.
The counter becomes so important there, keeping her on pace. You see at the end there, they've got the nice red-orange blocks that tells you, thank goodness it's over.
Definitely a tough swim, this 500-yard freestyle, and not one that the ladies get a ton of time to be able to work at, saving their juice for some of the other events. And Mahoney does finish up in that time of 7:41.97. So Brem from Pingree leads off the distance freestyle with a win. And heat 2 of 4 will give us a full pool. And hopefully not too much time in between these races, and it doesn't seem that there will be. On to the next. Allie Wolf of Blair is in lane 1. Carly Tom Ford of Rutgers Prep is in lane 2. Ava Hamilton of Lawrenceville is in lane 3. Melinda Zhu of Pingree in 4. Marin Evers of MKA in 5. Emily Costella of Mount St. Mary in 6. Piper Summers of Blair in 7. Emma Marston of Lawrenceville in lane number 8.
So we'll watch the strategy of these ladies early on. After the first 50 goes by, you know, everybody's got that adrenaline right off the start. You feel fresh, you feel good, and then you kind of see how everybody settles in. Do you want to get out in front of the competition and try to ward them off as much as possible? Do you want to sort of stay in your own lane, play by your own rules?
Well, regardless of what the ladies decide to do from that respect, we should have some tighter races for these next 3. Looking at the seed times, Melinda Zhu with a 5:42 seed time at a lane 4. Evers with a 5:46 in lane 5, and Ava Hamilton also with a strong time of 5:51. So based on the seed times and based on what we're seeing so far, those top 3 swimmers in lanes 3, 4, and 5 should be close. Lane 7 also vying for that top tier early with Piper Summers of Blair. Pingree and Lawrenceville neck and neck. Melinda Zhu and Ava Hamilton. Simon Rosenwasser here with you. Emily Messina alongside me. Nick Catucci on camera doing a great job. And showing us another turn. And we'll get a look at the splits, Emily. 34.98 for Zhu, 34.62 for Evers of MKA. So she's worked herself back to the top as well.
Yeah, and that's the 200 split there. That's where you want to have your pace settled in earlier, but if at least by the 200 mark, where you want to split for the rest of the race until that last 100 or 50, whenever you can really turn on the jets and empty your tank. So we'll see if these ladies can keep those splits up as they come into their next turn here. And holding 34 out in lane number 5 with Evers and Zhu, 35.03. Right on that barrier as well. And in the distance events like this, you often see less kicking going on in the middle of the race. You see that Evers has, you know, a nice reasonable kick going on behind her. Zhu a little bit lighter, just trying to preserve energy and oxygen, and that's typical for this kind of race. You'll see maybe sort of an egg beater kick, one that goes with every stroke, but that's normal for these longer distance events. As long as you keep your head down and your hips up, which we're seeing right here in the middle of the pool. Some of these other ladies not to be counted out just yet. Hamilton out of Lawrenceville in lane number 3. Summers from Blair Academy in lane number 7. They're still trying to hang with the pack here. Might see them make a move later on in this race, and some good coaching from the sidelines here right now. Everybody waving them on, everybody trying to get them to kick.
All right, Evers is looking strong with Melinda Zhu falling back for third at the moment. Sorry, Zhu is in second, and it's Hamilton falling back. But a two-woman race as we are within a minute of the finish of this one.
Much-awaited bell being rung for Evers here. She'll turn on for the final 50 yards. Get to the end of the screen, you see the pumping of those big red blocks, signifying everything you've got here, and making a push is Zhu in these final 20 yards. It's just, will she have enough time to do it? And she's tightened up the race. Into the flags and into the finish in the final yards. It's Zhu.
Gotta love it. 5:41.43 for Zhu. Evers with a 5:41.53, and Hamilton not far behind, but a long race, 500 yards of freestyle, and only 10 hundredths of a second separating.
Gotta love that heart from Zhu going into the last turn. She was about a half a body length behind, but she never relinquished her fight on this race. And within the flags, she was able to gain control and get her hand on the wall first.
Well, one of the closest races that we've seen all day.
And it's
between
crazy
first
that
and
it's the longest race. It's the 20-lapper.
Unbelievable. Who writes the script? All right, two more. Times will get lower and lower. Ivy Drogan of Newark Academy will be in lane 1. Annie Zwali of Mount St. Mary in 2. Jillian Callahan of Kent Place in 3. Zoe Tseng of Mount St. Mary in 4. Campbell Abbott of Lawrenceville in 5. Delia Callahan of Kent Place in 6. Cece Caglaguiri of Pingree in 7. And Gabrielle Lieberman of Kent Place in 8. Strong representation from the Kent Place school in this one. 3 Kent Place Dragons in the mix.
And that just creates a nice training pod throughout the course of the season when you get into some pace work. You're able to push your teammates, and then having them here in a race, I mean, it's sort of fun and it's sort of stressful because you know what they're capable of. So, you know, some of them might get after it getting out and you don't want to panic because you know you're a back half swimmer, or maybe you know your teammate is coming for you in the final 50, and so you got to pay attention to that. But I would say at least you have a little bit of insight on the competition when your teammates are in the race with you.
Well, a good start to this one. Still at the early portions of this long race, so we do have the team standings, the points through event 4, so there's still been a few more added, but you'll get a sense of who was vying for both the A championship and the B championship. Mount St. Mary right now leading, at least through that event 4, and with Danny Carter winning an individual event, still probably in first. They had 185. They were 10 points ahead of Pingree. Kent Place in third with Blair in fourth. 185 for Mount St. Mary, 175 for Pingree, 103 for Kent Place. That's as of a couple of events ago. So Mount St. Mary and Pingree battling at the top for the A division. B division, Newark Academy right now in front, and closest to them are the Pennington School. 104 for Newark Academy, 91 for Pennington, with Montclair Kimberly Academy in third place at 54 points. So a two-team race in the B division as well, it seems, between Newark Academy and Pennington, the two-time defending champions in the Pennington School. And they're looking for another title here in the NJISAA Championships.
And I'm sure Newark love to take the boys and girls championship title as well. There's an opportunity for Lawrenceville as well.
Sure would. Newark Academy with some good depth yesterday. We mentioned Owen Markowitz, the individual win, and the Minutemen and the Minutewomen represented well among the finalists here at the Prep State Championship meet. We are, how long through this one? About 3 minutes in. And in the middle, a couple swimmers with red caps. Zoe Tseng of Mount St. Mary in 4, trying to catch up to Campbell Abbott of Lawrenceville in 5. Don't forget about lane number 1 and Ivy Drogan. As we widen out a little bit, it's Ivy Drogan who is having herself a nice race so far. 33.93 race and split. That was the top on the board. So right now, lane 1, lane 5. That's the battle. Drogan and Abbott.
Yeah, and I would say where they are is probably the hardest legs of this long race, laps 11 through 14, 15, where you're far enough into the race that you're in pain, but you're not far enough that you can see the light at the end of the tunnel. And she's putting in some good work here in the hardest part.
Pretty much even, though it looks like Lawrenceville's got a slight edge. Campbell Abbott. 5:32.89 is the seed time for Abbott. 5:39.19 for Ivy Drogan, but she's going to seemingly shatter that.
She's doing a good job of turning it on early here. It's hard to not want to wait till that final 50 to give it everything you've got, but here she is doing it in the final 100. And she's going to get that bell as she comes into the wall here in the middle of the pool.
50 yards to go for Campbell Abbott, the sophomore. Well in front, though Ivy Drogan having herself a nice race as well out of lane number 1. Only less than 25 for the Lawrenceville swimmer. The question will be time for Campbell Abbott. Will it be her season best? The answer is yes. 5:27.42 for Campbell Abbott. And Drogan takes second, 5:32.11, so her season best as well. And the finish is starting to pile in. Third for Callahan, fourth for Sang.
Really well swum race all around there. Those splits in the middle to the end of the race, 33s for both Abbott and Drogan. That's what you like to see at this point of the season, especially if you're somebody who hopes to go on and swim in more meets the rest of this season. Is that pace work coming alive late in this race?
One more to go. Hannah Wilson has already won an individual title here at the NJISAA meet. And she is the favorite out of lane 4 with a seed time of 5:06. Remember, the pool record is 5:10.75. Only been a few months that this pool's been open, but a chance to etch their names into the record books for the time being, at least for Hannah Wilson. It's Riley Kopp of MSDA, Mount St. Dominic in lane 1, Isla Johnston of Mo Baird in lane 2, Hannah Ewing of MKA in 3, Hannah Wilson of Blair in 4, Riley Edge of Pennington is in 5, Lindsay Drever of MKA in 6, Kayla Kerr of Pingree in 7, Megan Lai of Newark Academy in lane number 8. Good start for Hannah Wilson. $29.51 for Wilson, $29.98 for Riley Edge of Pennington, just behind. So those are the two times on the board that were sub-30 splits.
And you can see the kicks on these ladies in the middle of the pool. That's what separates the good from great swimmers here, if you're able to keep your feet alive in this 500. And you'll see, not as big of a kick as you might see in the 50, but able to use your legs to propel you in this distance event. Really impressive.
Wilson sees the number 7 in front of her. 7 laps gone by for the Buccaneer.
She got a little pump there at the end of the lane. You have to wonder what they're trying to pace her here. If they know, coming up into the 30s, do you want to stay at 30 point? Not creep ahead of that, get back down to 29, but back-to-back 30-point splits, and if she can hold there, she's going to come up with a really good time.
Yeah, still maintaining about a half second better, edging out Riley Edge, 31.46 on her recent split. So get another sense if Hannah Wilson is maintaining that pace. 2:20 and counting into the race. $30.74. Steady Eddie at the moment for the Blair Buccaneer in lane number 4. $200-yard freestyle relay is next, by the way. We'll have 2 heats of that. Until then, it's 500-yard freestyle. Wilson and Edge, Blair and Pennington, 1 and 2. Wilson drops a bit of time, 31.06 on that recent 50, but still plenty fast enough to maintain the best pace on the board. Good split there for Ewing of MKA out of lane 3. Isla Johnston also up there as well, but well behind Hannah Wilson. Her split has been within 0.4 of a second over the last 4 50-yard segments.
Just doing such a good job of remaining in control of herself during this race. And you see that she's breathing every stroke, but the thing is, that is her stroke. She's been doing that the entire time. So it's not something that's fallen apart throughout the course of this race. She's knowing herself, knowing that the oxygen is keeping her afloat, and that is the priority here, and it's working out very well for her. And a lot of this race is just trusting yourself and trusting your training.
31.33 for Wilson. Her teammate drops a 17 in the pool for her. Riley Edge. Got a lot of work to do. especially with Wilson hearing the bell. Hannah Wilson's seed time was 5:06. The pool record 5:10.75. She's going to flirt with both.
Back down to a 30.6 here in the final 100. Excited to see what she puts up here in this final 50.
Well, the Blair Buccaneers, they certainly like the open seas, and Hannah Wilson will secure another state championship. A 5:02.52 is a pool record for Hannah Wilson and Blair. First place finish, her season best, and Wilson's second title here from the Lawrenceville School. Congratulations to Hannah Wilson on a strong swim.
Edge there coming close to that record too, 5:11.21. A lot of these swimmers dropping times off their seed, and that's what you like to see, is having a personal best in a championship meet.
So some podium love for Riley Edge and Hannah Ewing as well, but it will be Hannah Wilson once again standing on that first place platform. David Laws will announce the top three finishers. As they take the time before, we'll put Hannah Wilson's name back up on the board. You see she won the 200 freestyle, now the 500 freestyle. Multiple time winner Lizzie Washburn as well for Kent Place. Mount St. Mary's with the sprint win from Catherine Ritter, also getting a win from Danny Carter in a 100-yard freestyle. Of course, these schools and these winners, it's going to be scored in both the A and B division. So you've got the individual events, but it also will contribute to the team scores, whether you're an A school or a B school. And here's the presentation of those top three swimmers in this recent race. Ewing, third place.
Her teammates are psyched to see her stand up there and get credit for a hard-earned swim. $5:11.21 for Riley Edge. That's her season best. And a little flair for Hannah Wilson. Needs that pom-pom to really secure and cement this moment as another state champion. And the Blair Academy Buccaneers certainly proud of her. So a long event comes to an end. Next up is the 200-yard freestyle relay.
And you know we love the relays, right, Emily?
Yeah, just so much fun to watch everybody get up there and go. It's some of the loudest the pool deck gets. And I love to see the sportsmanship in the relays. I think that's one of my favorite parts.
Well, you're going to have a full pool with both of these heats. Blair will be in lane 1. St. Elizabeth in lane 2. Hun in lane 3, Wardlaw Hartridge in 4. Rutgers Prep 5, Oak Knoll 6, Mo Baird 7, Villa Walsh in 8. Quick sprint for 4 different swimmers on each of these teams. Good start for lane 4, Sophia Fontaine of Wardlaw Hartridge. Same with Riley Baczynski of Blair in lane 1. Olivia Jastrab is the next Blair swimmer. And lane 1 at the bottom of your screen. And right now the Buccaneers holding that edge, but only just over Wardlaw Hartridge. Maiti O'Connor is in lane 2. Though Jastrab gaining on the rest of the field. Nice leg here for Blair Academy. They're halfway done and they've got the lead. Their third swimmer is Katie Robinson. So Robinson in first with Blair Academy. Wardlaw with Brianna Lee in 4. Michaela Villa-Joaquin for Rutgers Prep in 5. Those are your 2 teams battling for second place, but a lot of ground to make up. Looks like it's Blair Academy who's going to have a good cushion with their final swimmer in Hannah Wilson. 500 yards of freestyle. What's another 50?
Yeah, it's crazy to go from that to that. 1, because of the yardage in the swim that she just had, but 2, to be able to make a relay team as a 50 freestyler and also a 500 freestyle, really good depth.
Well, Hannah Wilson, ho-hum, a good split, and a team time of 1:43.66. First place for lane 1's Blair. Second place for Rutgers Prep as Balasubramanian of Rutgers Prep hits the wall before Wardlaw Hartridge and Giselle Lee. There's how they finish. Blair Academy taking first in back-to-back races. All right, this one should be fun as well, the second heat. And we know it's going to get loud in here. It'll be Kent Place in lane 1 with Gabrielle Lieberman. It'll be Pennington in lane 2 with Alana Nashe. Mia Quiffo of Pingree in lane 3. These are the swimmers leading off the relay. Mount St. Mary has Sophia Latini in lane 4. So it is Mount St. Mary with the top seed time on the board here. Claire Wong in lane 5 for Newark Academy. Mount St. Dominic has Amanda Rohde in lane 6. Lawrenceville, Marissa Lombardi in 7. And Marin Wheeler of MKA leads things off in lane number 8. Off they go, and the screams rain down. This should be a good one. Mount St. Mary and Newark Academy, fastest start, but Pingree is right there as well. Good start in lane 3. It's Mia Quiffo, who will hand the baton off to Emma David Canyon.
Really impressive relay start there. The hands much touch first before the feet leave, and it's all about the timing getting off the block.
Livia Menades for Mount St. Mary falling back as Phoebe Kaplan is next to her. It's still Pingree. Emma David Canyon holds on to the lead. Pingree's third swimmer, Lauren Kim, in the pool. This is a huge race in terms of the standings as Pingree and Mount St. Mary's are battling for first place in the Prep A's. Lauren Kim doing work, holding on to first. Newark Academy, Laura Kim is in lane 5. Newark Academy now in second. And still in second as Megan Lai takes over for the Minute Women. Mount St. Mary with Catherine Ritter. Here she comes to anchor the Lions team. And Ting Ting Luo for Pingree looks to hold on. Can Pingree do it from start to finish? Ting Ting Luo climbs to the wall. First place, Big Blue. Pingree with a 139.61.
So much talent in that relay from start to finish across the board. I mean, Catherine Ritter fighting it out towards the end for Mount St. Mary. Newark trying to come back as well. But Lou, she just had it.
Sure did. 139.61 is the time, as you see. That is not going to break the meet time, the meet record set by the Pingree School back in 2016 from Hop, Fung, Adalama, and Shu. So 6 years ago is when that Pingree team set the record. This Pingree team doesn't set the record, but they do get first place here at the Preps. Pool record set by Germantown Academy. That was a 134.45 in the meet against Lawrenceville in early December. Next up is 100-yard backstroke. A little bit of time before we begin that.
Coming down to the wire on this meet, it's been a lot of fun. And some serious talent in the pool, some heated races. It's been competitive, and I think that's a great part of this sport. The talent here in New Jersey really being shown off.
As we put Pingree's name on the board, 200 freestyle relay champions, 3 more races. 100 back, 100 breast, 400 freestyle relay. And here are the announcements for the top 3. Newark Academy takes critical points towards their Prep B championship potentially. Mount St. Mary's takes second. And the first place announcement coming for Pingree.
Always a little precarious to put 4 swimmers on that block. Got to be careful.
Well, those ladies certainly have impeccable balance and some good athletes, as they just showed.
What's left in this meet? The 100 back, the 100 breast, and the 400 freestyle relay.
Emily will let you take over for this 100-yard backstroke competition.
Okay, goodbye.
We'll be back, don't you worry.
Don't panic. Well, we're going to see 7 heats of this 100-yard back, and we're going to start it off slow with just 2 swimmers competing here. And I love that they didn't just nix this heat because they couldn't fit it in. They're going to let both of these swimmers compete. Emily Conroy, the freshman from Maubert, in 3, and a lexicon of MKA in lane number 5. So they get a little space and they don't have to feel each other's waves as they come down. 4 laps of backstroke here. We'll see some of the ladies that we saw lead off the medley relay earlier in this meet. That feels like so long ago, but truly just earlier today. The key is to the backstroke, really keeping that head position straight in line and looking up at the ceiling. I encourage you, if you are a swim parent or a swimmer, to go and on YouTube and watch a video of Katie Ledecky swimming backstroke with a glass, or swimming, I don't remember if it's backstroke or freestyle, but with a glass of chocolate milk on her head and not spilling a drop. And that's exactly how your head positioning should be. Doing a good job here of keeping their head positioning straight and then rotating the arms, but making sure that the hands don't cross the head so you don't go back and forth like that in the lane line. Not because you can't, but because it means you're swimming a further distance, and also it's painful sometimes. And we'll get our first stoppage here as Khan touches the wall first, 127.21. And Emily Conroy, the freshman, coming into the wall here, looking to beat her seed time, and she will, 1:48, I believe, and touch that pad off to the side, but they'll still have her time recorded manually, so don't worry, that leg will count. Into heat 2 of 7, Sarah Maher of Oak Knoll in lane 1, Elizabeth Rogers, her teammate in lane 2, Emily Smith of Lawrenceville, the senior in 3, Lexi Aguirre, the senior from MSDA in 4, her teammate Cassie Jordan in 5, Elena Agatar from Rutgers Prep in 6, and Caroline McGraw out of Pennington in 7. Underwater is also a crucial part of this race, so you see them pass the first yellow buoy. Well, you can go underwater until the second buoy, which we might start to see into the later heats of this event. That's as far as you're allowed to go without breaking the surface, so you must have a body part break the surface there. And you could do that on all 4 laps. It's just that the fly kicks use a lot of oxygen, but if you're really good at them, they can be pretty sharp and quick. Leading us off with a good start, Elizabeth Rogers and Emily Smith of Lawrenceville taking that lead in the red cap there at the top of your screen. Good head positioning. You see it's not moving too much, and legs take up a lot of oxygen in this race, use about 70% of the oxygen in the body, and that can be really tough to keep you going. But doing a good job of fighting through that pain here early on, just in heat 2 of 7, and Emily Smith is running away with this race here. 1:13.56, and she's going to drop some time off of her seed time. And we'll see a couple different finishes being showcased here. Touch the wall with one hand, and you are permitted to go underneath, so you'll see a lot of swimmers dive down backwards to touch the wall. You just have to keep a body part out of the water when you touch, so a lot of times that'll be a foot, or if you're really good, just a toe, and use your momentum to drive you back towards the wall and take kind of whatever you can get. Into heat 3 of 7 we go. But first, we'll introduce our swimmers here. Ashley Rode in lane 1 from MSDA. Lana Cheng of the Hun School in lane 2. Her teammate Julia Wolf, the freshman from the Hun School, in 3. Mina Canberler of Lawrenceville in 4. Ivy Zhang from Pingree out in 5. Sophia Masieski of Mount St. Mary in 6. Lily Henderson of the Hun School in 7. And Sionia Srijit, the freshman from Rutgers Prep, at the top of your screen in lane 8. This is an in the water start. Obviously, you've seen that backstroke bar there, so a couple different strategies. Some people like to be completely submerged. Some people like to keep their head out of the water. It's kind of just different for everybody here on what you prefer. Let's take a look, see at what everybody does here. And it does look like everybody goes for that submersion there before they pull off. You can use the gutter, but usually prefer that handrail. That way you can pick yourself up out of the water a little bit more. You're looking for a nice arc off the backstroke start. Some solid fly kicks there in the middle of the pool. Looking to use that as much as they can to their advantage. a nice flip turn there out of lane 4. Can Burler of Lawrenceville leading the pack. A lot of teammates at the end of the pool cheering her on. Flips into the final 25. Really taking this race away at least a body length or so between her and the rest of the field, and doing a good job of keeping her kick and stride as she comes into the flags and into the finish with a 1:09.07, and that's the top time posted so far today. Couple ladies really happy with their times, and that's always nice to see in a championship meet, because a lot of it is just about besting your personal time. Hopefully we'll see more of those here in heat number 4 of 7. Charlotte Petty from the Hun School in lane number 1, Caitlin Flanagan of St. Elizabeth in 2, Michaela Villahaquin of Rutgers Prep in 3, Selena Desai of Blair in 4, Olivia Kaznica of Pennington in 5, Alyssa Lee of Newark in 6, Megan Zott of Kent Place in 7, and Caitlin Falkowski of Mount St. Mary at the top of your screen in 8. So 8 at the top, 1 at the bottom as we follow these ladies throughout the course of this 4-lap race. Penultimate individual race here as we have the 100 breaststroke coming up, and then coming to cap things off with the 400-yard freestyle relay. Good turnover rate out in lane number 6 with Alyssa Lee, but keeping her in stride. Kaznica from Pennington taking the lead. Don't forget about Flanagan in lane number 2. She's pushing there at the bottom of your screen. Lane number 2, lane number 6, battling it out, and they can't even see each other to know that they're doing it. Excuse me, lane number 5. Kaznica is in there to touch first, 1:07.77 out of lane number 5, and that will be the new fastest time so far this meet. Finishing up there, NJISAA of Blair round out this heat number 4 as we head into the 5th of 7 in this 100 backstroke event. Phoebe Hirsch of MKA in 1, Evan Roldan of Pennington, the senior, in lane number 2, Cadence McGinley of MSDA in 3, Marin Ievers, who had a great swim earlier today, of MKA in 4, Julia Riccio of St. Elizabeth in 5, Yingying Liu of Pingaree in 6, and Haley Lamont of Mount St. Mary's in lane number 7. Nobody in lane number 8. No scratch. There was just nobody assigned to swim there. Really nice arch in her start from Liu in lane number 6. Certainly one to keep her eyes on, and a couple of really nice swimmers getting in some solid fly kicks here off the first wall as they take their flips. Crowd getting louder here as we come into the final heat. Leading the pack, Marin Ievers. Little tight on the turn, but she manages to get a nice push off well out past the flags, a 30.850 split, keeping stride in lane number 2, Evan Roldan in that bright yellow fast skin. And they're both a body length ahead of the rest of the field, but they'll be battling it out for the first place as they head into the flags. Neck and neck, Ievers, Roldan, and it is Ievers, 1:04.32, but Roldan not too far behind, 1:04.47. Really nice battle between those two ladies for first and second here in heat number 5. And we'll move into 6 of 7. Final 2 heats of this 100-yard backstroke. Casey Desiderio from St. Elizabeth in 1. Marissa Lombardi, the freshman from Lawrenceville, in 2. Gillian Callahan of Kent Place in 3. Sophie Chung of Blair in 4. Sophia Fontaine of Wardlaw Hart in 5. Catherine Flanagan of Pingery in 6. Her teammate Gabby DiLorenzo in 7. And Iman Ali of Oak Knoll in lane number 8. And we're ready to settle in for some fast swimming here. We've seen the times creep down as the heats progress. And we're coming down to the wire in these 2 heats. We should see a few women get under that 100 barrier into the 59 category, and Olivia Chow has the top seed time in the next heat with a 56.88, which is pretty darn impressive. But first we'll see the 6th and final heat. A little slight delay, but now they're being whistled into the pool.
See those new names pop up on your screen. You mentioned them. Took a little bit of a delay, but I'm back again, Emily.
Wonderful.
Have no fear. All right, here we go. 2 more heats, 100-yard backstroke. Good start for Flanagan of Pingree. Same with Lombardi of Lawrenceville. Lombardi in lane 2 for the Big Red. Halfway done, it's Lombardi with the only 30-point split on the board. Check that, Flanagan also had a 38.6, but still a half second behind Lombardi.
Flanagan, a good job of staying under the water there and trying to use her flag kicks to her advantage. But Lombardi just riding the top of the surface as they come into the flags.
And it is Flanagan who had a good final split. It was close. Lombardi 0.08 of a second behind for second place. There are the times. Third place to Fontaine.
That's one of those races where Flanagan just really won the finish. You know, she wasn't out of it until it was over, and coming inside the flag, she was able to elongate herself and reach for the wall first, and that'll put her with the current top time.
Here's the final. Olivia Chow of Mount St. Mary is the top seed in this event. Lauren Markowitz of Newark Academy will be in lane 1. Claire Wong of Newark Academy in lane 2. Amelia Stevenson of Pennington in lane 3. Olivia Chow in 4. Sanja Mula of Princeton Day School is in lane 5. Bridget Dobb of Kent Place in 6. Ava John of Lawrenceville in 7. And Delia Callahan of Kent Place in lane number 8. Flying out of the gates is Olivia Chow.
Yeah, she's the one to beat in this race. Gets out of it fast and comes home fast, and those are the key to success in backstroke, getting well out past the flags with her fly kicks.
27-point split for Olivia Chow. Nobody else with even a 28. So it's Chow who hears the cheers from her fellow Lions at the edge of the pool. Olivia Chow windmilling her way onto a state title. Chow under the flags and hits the wall. The time 57.12. State championship for Mount St. Mary and Olivia Chow. John takes second with Wong of Newark Academy in third.
It's all back there with her head position. The entire race just straight up onto the ceiling, not rocking her body, right back and forth in the middle of the pool, and that can make all the difference. she looked just so technically sound coming through the water as she comes away with a title.
So that makes 2 in a row for the Big Blue winning here at the state championships. Olivia Chow with that victory. The first individual win for Pingree, though they did just win the 200-yard freestyle relay. So big points for the Big Blue, as again, they are also fighting for a team title. Excuse me, of Mount St. Mary, not of Pingree. That's my fault.
Pingree did come away with that relay win last event, and Mount St. Mary racking up the individual event wins lately, and of course that first victory in the relay.
So that changes the story a little bit, doesn't it? Mount St. Mary's now with 3 individual title winners, as we have the podium presentation yet again. Third place to Wong of Newark Academy. Second place to John of Lawrenceville. And first place, Olivia Chow. Well, not much of a smile, but I promise she's happy. First place finish.
She probably just can't feel her legs, honestly.
Getting some love from her teammates there as well, and her coaches. There's the smile.
Final individual event coming up. 100-yard breaststroke, and then we finish off with the 400-yard freestyle relay.
So we're slowly but surely getting to the end of this meet. And here in 100 breast, it's Sabrina Waivada in the first heat in lane 2. Antonella Ortega from Morristown Baird in lane 3. Emma Brading of St. Elizabeth is in lane 4. Mia Rubin of Mo Baird in 5, and Victoria Wong of Villa Walsh is in lane number 6. The top seed in this event is Daniela Carnaw of Pingree, and her seed time of 1:01.50 would be the meet record and pool record. So that'll be a story to look out for. She'll likely flirt with a sub 1 minute time here in a 100-yard breaststroke. 6 races until then, though. We have our first one, and it is Victoria Wong at a lane 6 by her lonesome.
Such a really smooth stroke. You can see her kick and pull are all one motion instead of kind of 2 separate motions, and she just glides into the finish.
The time 1:19.66. And the others still finishing up here. Lane 2. Wong's teammate in Waivada takes second place. And a nice battle here for third. Morristown Bears Ortega looks like she's going to get there. Nope, it's Rubin, of Mo Baird, who takes third. Here are the times. Still Ortega finishing up.
Grinding it out into the finish here.
Yeah, that's Ortega for Morristown Baird School. By the way, with 2 Crimson swimmers in the pool, just in a couple minutes, we've got our coverage of Mo Baird girls hockey senior night from the Twin Oaks Ice Arena up in Morristown. So one broadcast into the next for us here at Play by Play Productions. Second heat here for the 100-yard breaststroke. It'll be Abby Ewing of the aforementioned Morristown Baird School in lane 1. Kate McCaffrey of Oak Knoll in lane 2. Tess Hainwald of Pennington's in 3. Serena Nguyen of MKA in 4. Dora Jin of Hun is in 5. Fiona Barnhart of Rutgers Prep in 6. Cipriana Rue of Hun in 7. Sam Donnelly of St. Elizabeth in lane number 8. Pennington's Tess Hainwald, the fastest start. Her seed time 1:36.80. Serena Nguyen has the best seed time on the board out of lane 4. She's currently in second, right behind. 1:34.77 is what she's looking for.
And in a race like the 100, still considered a sprint here in the breaststroke, so you want to manage to balance how quick your turnover rate is, and then how much distance per stroke you're getting. Are you being efficient with each of those strokes? Because it's a lot of effort to do that pull and that kick. So you want to try to balance out how far and how fast you can go. It's a battle here, a race in the middle of your pool. Lane 3, Hannawald, and lane 4, Nugent.
Pretty good one. Looks like these 2 ladies are going to have season best times, especially Hainwald. Got there right before MKA. Hainwald 1:28.89. Ahead of Nguyen.
She swam that race without her goggles on her eyes. Maybe during her start they came down and fell over her face, and that is a hard-fought battle. We're having to deal with that the entire time.
All right, we're through 2 of 7. Simon Rosenwasser, Emily Messina, Nick Catucci grinding it out on camera. Raina Desai of Rutgers Prep is in lane 1. Clara Vales of Oak Knoll in 2. Mackenzie Matroni of Oak Knoll in 3. Jenny Liu of Rutgers Prep in 4. Kiara Baldy of Wardlaw Hartridge in 5. Megan Llewellyn-Jones of Kent Place in 6. Michaela McCragg of Pennington in 7. Natalie Ewing of MKA in lane number 8.
You could see how much she's using her hips and her legs to push herself forward in lane number 4. That is Liu. Really utilizing the lower body to drive herself forward, pressing her chest and her head down, really parallel to the surface.
Still Liu as she takes a turn. Time to beat for the sophomore from Rutgers Prep is 1:27.32. That's the season best for Jenny. It's a strong finish out of lane 2 for Oak Knoll. Clara Vales might actually come in first. Nope, it's still going to be Rutgers Prep, but only by just under 0.7 of a second. Liu and then Vales. So Liu of Rutgers Prep. Vales of Oak Knoll take first and second in that third heat. Off we go in heat 4 of 7. Annika Lipke of Newark Academy in lane 1. Kat Lee of Hun in lane 2. Caitlin Guinto of Mount St. Dominic in 3. Shania Kassam of Blair is in lane 4. Zaya Sanga of Princeton Day is in 5. Bryn Kearns of St. Elizabeth in 6. Leela Ricott from Newark Academy in 7. And Asprey Walters in lane number 8. See a sign there outside of lane number 8 on the balcony for Asprey Walters. It says Asprey on a spree. And she's fighting in the middle of this pack. She's got some supporters here at the Lawrenceville School. Blair Academy, meanwhile, with Shania Kassam leading this race. Her seed time is 1:25. She takes a turn and will have a good cushion with the final length. A drive from lane 3's Guinto from Mount St. Dominic. She'll take second. Blair will take first, as Shania Kassam hits at a time of 1:21.52. When we're seeing these seed times get pretty much shattered here in this race.
It's nice to see all that hard work paying off here late in the season. These women have been training for so long. Getting the opportunity to get up and go here at such a beautiful pool. Very exciting.
Well, a pool that is still figuring out those best times. We're going to see over the next couple of years the pool records probably change a little bit more frequently as it continues to write its history. And in this race, based on the seed times, a pool record and a meet record is in jeopardy, which, well, Jessica Antiles might not like, as her record has stood since 2013 here at the NJISAA. The pool record has only stood since early December from Germantown Academy. 1:03.91 is the meet record. And we're counting down the time for Daniela Carnaw to race out of lane 4 in the final heat. She has a seed time, Emily, that's 7 seconds better than the rest of the field. So probably not much in doubt who the champion is going to be. But we're going to be racing against the record. Still a couple races to go before we get there. And you see in this one, it's Sophia Peedy who will race in lane number 4 in heat 5 of 7. A couple Mount St. Mary's teammates also in this race, Emily Costella and Emma Brown. Lawrenceville with 2 in this heat.
Bit of a delay here as we get ready to go into the final 3 heats of individual events and then cap things off with a fast 400-yard freestyle relay. It's been an exciting meet. Thanks for having me out, Simon.
Emily, thanks for coming. We're working together quite a bit over the next couple weeks, which I know we're both happy about. Well, we're right in the thick of things. Here's heat 5 of 7. Julia Kozine of Pingree in lane 1. Emily Costella in lane 2. Sophia Burton of Hun in lane 3. Sophia Peedy of Mount St. Mary in 4. Sophie Chang of Lawrenceville is in 5. Ariana Deshpande of Lawrenceville is in 6. Emma Brown of Mount St. Mary in 7. And Tanya Lau of Blair in lane number 8. Lane 6 with the fastest start. Approaching the first 50 split. Julia Kozine also with a good 50 in lane 1. But it is 35.75 for Deshpande of Lawrenceville.
And you can see how well Deshpande is snapping her feet together at the end of the kick. She's really using her knees to drive her shins, her ankles, her calves together and get that little extra push from her lower body. She's trying to hold on for dear life here at the end of this race while her teammate Sophie Chang gives her a run for her money.
Big Red 1 and 2 it seems. Is it Deshpande or Cheng? Oh, it's Deshpande, but only by a hair. Sophie Cheng comes in just behind her, 3/10 behind, and third place to MSMA's Brown.
And if you look down there, they all look so happy. They all look shocked at their times. That's one of the best parts of racing at the end of the season is when you kind of see it all come together and you even are surprised at what you can do.
Well, I wonder if we can ask our cameraman to point over up the balcony over on the right and take a look at those Lawrenceville Lawrenceville supporters who are here. And there they are up top. One of those signs says Jin is gonna win, and she is in the final. Now it's back. Jin's gonna win. She is in lane number 8 for the finals. We're on to heat 6 of 7, so that's good work by Nick Catucci over there on the camera. And here is this second to last heat. But glad we got a picture of the Lawrenceville boys who are here to support these ladies in the pool. There aren't any Lawrenceville swimmers in this heat. It's Caroline Hand of Kent Place in lane 1. It's Madison Gajewski of Mount St. Dominic in 2. Elise McGirt of Mount St. Dominic in 3. Allie Jones of Pingree in 4 is leading so far. Akriti Caprahan of Newark Academy in lane 5. Her teammate Dina Drogan in lane 6. Marin Wheeler of MKA in 7, and Sophia Formains of Academy of St. Elizabeth is in lane number 8. Seed times are pretty close in this one, but it looks like Allie Jones has the clear edge as she takes first place, 1:12.19. Season best for Jones. Second to Drogan, third to Caprahan.
It was just the turnover right there for Jones that kept her strong until the finish. She kept her arms and legs moving constantly at the same pace throughout the entire course of the race, and even towards the end where that might start to slow down, that might start to slip by the wayside, she did not let it.
Well, here for the main event, our final individual race of these prep championships. 100-yard breaststroke, and the person to watch, the young lady to watch, is Daniela Karnall. A 1:01.50 seed time in lane number 4. Again, the meet record is 1:03.91, and off she goes. Joining her is Jessica Park in lane 1 for Kent Place. Piper Dubow of Pennington is in lane 2. Emma David Conian of Pingree in 3. Daniela Karnall in 4. Callahan of Kent Place in 5. Lee Winag of Mount St. Dominic in 6. Marion of Mount St. Mary in 7. Jin of Lawrenceville in 8. Let's look at the split, Emily. Are we on pace for a 29.55 for Karnall? We sure are. It would be a sub 1 minute if she keeps up this pace. 103.91, the meet record that has stood since 2013. Daniela Karnov of Pingree gonna cruise to an NJISAA state championship title here at this meet. The time is 102.49. It's a meet record and pool record for Daniela Karnov. She breaks Jessica Antile's record, which has stood again for 9 years.
Just so technically sound on that race, kept her body so parallel to the water, not using any of her energy to go up and down, just horizontal across the pool. As we watch this back here, the turnover is going, the hips are up, a strong snap in the kick, and she keeps that head down all the way into the finish for a 102.49, 6 seconds ahead of the next swimmer in this field. That's the second Pingree champion, individual champion. Excuse me, the first individual champion and the second champion. They had a relay winner before, and we're about to see her get her medal here on the stands.
So third place goes to Kemp Place. Nothing to scoff at there for Margot Callahan. Second place to Dubau. And a meet and pool record for Daniela. Awesome stuff. So congratulations to Pingree and Daniela Karnov. As we look at the winners yet again, we have one more event, and it's an exciting one, the 400-yard freestyle relay. So we're going to get a lot of these swimmers involved that we see. So really not a better way to finish a meet than to have a full pool with 4 swimmers for each team in these 2 heats.
This is always an exciting way to cap out a meet. This is pretty much the last race in every big championship meet. I mean, we'll see this as the final race in Ivies next week. This is usually the way that it finishes out. And I think it's fun because, as you said, a lot of swimmers get the opportunity to participate in this race. It's an exciting one. It's a quick one. And it always comes down to the wire, even though it's 4 swimmers swimming 100s. It's a total of 16 laps. It somehow is always exciting.
Oh, we're looking forward to it. It'll be Rutgers Prep in 2, Hun in 3, MKA in 4, St. Elizabeth in 5, and Oak Knoll in 6.
And you know, coaches have a lot of different strategies for these kind of relays. Typically, the fastest swimmer will go as the anchor, the last swimmer. Second fastest first, but sometimes it's just about the relay starts. And so sometimes it is about who is good on transition and who might be better from a flat start. And so these swimmers coming out of a flat start here, their times are eligible to count towards their 100 freestyle time if so desired and stated. And then everybody else will go from that relay start. So just kind of, you know, see what the coach's preference, see what the athlete's preference is. Some people like the pressure of being in the anchor. Some people like getting out and getting quick. And so leading the charge is MKA in lane 4, Hannah Ewing. Has way out in front as she flips above the crowd, just about a body length ahead of Casey Desiderio. And she'll come into the wall in an exchange for Phoebe Hirsch of MKA. nice big lead there. Hirsch, good straight arm stroke and a sprint freestyle. You'll see a lot of swimmers doing that. AOSC, Sophia Formains out in second. Oak Knoll's Molly Ritter at the top of your screen in lane number 3. But it is all MKA here in this race as we get close to the halfway point. But just love to see pretty much every swimmer behind the pool deck cheering on their teammates, even some who are done swimming, sticking it out there and cheering them on. Hirsch, the transition to Drever here of MKA in the middle of the pool. Nice streamlined start into the underwaters and keeping her head down. And here as she starts her 100 freestyle sprint. The transition from Formains to Riccio for AOSE in lane number 5, and into the water goes Clara Bales of Oak Knoll and Lana Chang of the Hun School in lane number 3. And here is Nina Neyra of Rutgers Prep coming in to lane number 2, and trying to lap her there is Drever of MKA, as we talked about it before. Something to give you motivation when you're that far ahead of the field, probably 15 yards or so. Really nice kick, head down into the wall. And into the last transition here for the final swimmer to swim a 100-yard freestyle, Sasha Steele in the middle of your pool in that beautiful teal and aqua knee skin. She's doing a good job of taking this race in her own head here. No competition, and she's still got that sprint going on. Caitlin Flanagan enters from AOSC. Charlotte Petty of the Hun School. Iman Ali of Oak Knoll. And into the final 50 goes Steele right in the middle of the pool that you're watching on screen here. Pool record to beat here in the 400-yard freestyle relay, 3:33.14, set by Mount St. Mary's last year. But Steele getting a nice finish in and racing really on her own there, and you got to give her credit for not giving up and fighting, even when it wasn't slightly necessary, but still to get that good time for her school. AOSE is going to finish in that second place, and battling it out for third is the Hun School in lane number 3. Oak Knoll finishing at the top of your screen, and I believe still another 50 here at the bottom for Rutgers Prep. She'll go into her final 50. We'll see one more heat of the 400-yard freestyle relay, and that will wrap up this meet here at the Lawrenceville School. Nice crowd on hand. It's been a fast day of swimming and fun to watch this top talent of high school prep swimming. And finishing this up here for Rutgers Prep is Sonning. She will cap off this Heat 1 final, much to the cheers of the crowd, and you gotta love them still rooting for everybody for the entirety of this heat as we come into Heat 2 of 2, the final race of this meet.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch Mount St. Mary try to double up on their performance from last year, the team that set the pool and meet record. Well, the meet record, it was the pool record too over at the old Lawrenceville pool. Olivia Chow was part of that team. She's part of this team too. Same with Catherine Ritter, who's not going to be swimming as part of this team, but Julia and Catherine Meisner, the sisters. As we look at, well, the squads who are done their swims. The Lawrenceville boys, some of the students who are here to cheer on the Lawrenceville school, who will be swimming in lane number 3. Again, your meet record is 3:33.14, set by Mount St. Mary's. We'll see if Olivia Chow can break a record for the second year in a row. She's in lane 4. Blair will be in lane number 1, Pennington in 2, Lawrenceville in 3, Mount St. Mary's 4, Pingree 5, Mount St. Dominic in 6, Kent Place 7, and Newark Academy in 8.
Nice big crowd at the end of the blocks. You can see that thanks to our cameraman Nick showcasing all of the support and the sportsmanship here at this meet today.
First leg gone by, first 50 gone by. It's 100 for each swimmer. Pingree's first swimmer is Emily Gow. Kent Place with a good start. Lizzie Washburn's had a great meet. She's got 2 individual titles, and she's swimming in lane 7 for the Dragons of Kent Place. So Kent Place will have first place after the first leg. Pingree with Emily Gow, she's gaining. How about that? So it'll be the big blue with the edge. Emma David Conian is the next swimmer. Mount St. Mary's trailing behind a bit. They've got some time to make up. Livia Menades is the swimmer for the Lions of Mount St. Mary. Pingree in lane 5. We've also got lane number 1 and 2 who are swimming well. Blair had Hannah Wilson, who won the 500 free. Katie Robinson is the new swimmer. And Blair at the moment seems to be in about 3rd place. Tie for first out of lane 5 and 7. That's Pingree and Kent Place. Bridget Dobb for Kent Place out of 7. And Pingree with David Conian going to the final 25. Good race here. Still Kent Place. How about the Dragons? Can Gabby Lieberman, who's next, hang on to the lead? For Pingree, the next swimmer will be Ting Ting Luo. Off they go. 3rd leg is upon us. Blair has trailed back a bit. It's become a 2-team race. Mount St. Mary's trying to climb back as well. They're in lane 4. It's Olivia Chow, who gets a huge cheer from her team. Look at Olivia Chow in lane 4. Here come the Lions roaring back in.
Chow had that big victory earlier today, so she's coming off a nice individual win, but we saw Luo of Pingree be that anchor in the 200-yard freestyle relay earlier and hold her own.
It was a 24-93 50-yard split for Chow. She is going to make this a pretty much even race going to the final leg. She's climbed back in. Ting Ting Luo has held on to the lead. It'll be up to Daniela Carnaw, who just had that record-breaking performance in the recent event that we saw. Back in the 100-yard breaststroke. For Mount St. Mary's, it's Danny Carter. She's an individual winner as well. Some talent in the pool in our final race and our final leg. Mount St. Mary's and Pingree 1 and 2. Pingree holding on. Halfway done the final leg.
The points for this relay so important to the team standing. We talked about how this is a long race, and it is going to come down to the final lap.
Well, the team standings are going to come down to the wire, no doubt about it, as Mount St. Mary and Pingree hit the wall, their final turn at the same time. Nothing to separate the 2 swimmers, Carter and Carnaw. Here comes Mount St. Mary, and the Lions will get there again. The time 3:35.06. It's a pool record set by Mount St. Mary, and they're the winners in the 400-yard freestyle relay. They edge out the big blue of Pingree. What a race.
Just so much fun down to the end. Lawrenceville picking up that big number 3 title here in this relay. and their team going wild as well. I think everybody's super happy with that performance, and it was a hard-fought battle till the end. What a meet here, the New Jersey Prep School State Championships at the beautiful Lawrenceville pool in New Jersey, and some fast swims, some new meet records, some new pool records across the board here, and 2 days for Play-by-Play Productions to broadcast such an amazing stream here, producing it for all those listeners here at the pool, and whether you're at home or at work, thanks for joining us.
It's been fun. We're gonna hang around here. They're gonna have to calculate the team scores. They're gonna announce the individual winners as well. First, they're gonna have the podium presentation here for Mount St. Mary's, who will be number 1. And first place for Mount St. Mary here, the team of Dwyer, Menage, Chow, and Carter. Your winners. All right, they're going to announce the results in a little bit, so until then, we'll take a quick audio break. Back we come. We're looking at Trip Wellborn here, the athletic director here at the Lawrenceville School. I guess it's a little tough to hear from the PA, so we'll tell you what Trip says. It's Stevenson from the Pingree School. Anna Wilson there getting honored for Blair. Great meet for her. Daniela Carnaw, honored for the Pingree School. What a race. There she is in the middle. There's Daniela right there. Congratulations to Daniela. What a meet. Pool record, meet record for Daniela Carnaw. Wardlaw Hartridge, St. Elizabeth. This is the B division. Third place, Montclair Kimberly Academy. Pingree takes second. Newark Academy over there in the middle of the pool deck. The Prep B champions. Congratulations to the Minutemen. Minute women doing yeoman's work. The men who were able to win last season, or excuse me, last meet yesterday. And there is the title for Newark Academy. So the trophy for Newark Academy there. And now the A Division champion to be awarded. Mount St. Dominic taking sixth. There's Newark Academy. Lawrenceville takes third. Kent plays up there for third place, Ms. Hurd. Here's second place. And that is Pingree taking second. And it'll be Mount St. Mary for first, ready to erupt. Excuse me, that's the Pingree School who wins it. Pingree was erupting after the second place announcement. Of course, they realized they won it. The Pingree Big Blue, your Prep A champions. Congratulations to Pingree. What a meet for the Big Blue. So we'll watch them raise the trophy, and then we will sign off. We are so glad that you were able to join us throughout these 2 days of swimming at the Lawrenceville School. Just a phenomenal event put on again by David Laws, Trip Welburn, who you just heard from, and the Lawrenceville School athletic department here. Pingree heading back up north with a trophy. Some good-looking hardware to put in their case. So congratulations to Pingree, congratulations to Newark Academy. Those are your two winners. Yesterday it was Lawrenceville for the boys and Newark Academy for the boys. So Newark Academy a sweep in the B division, and for the girls, it's the Big Blue and the Minutemen. So a great couple days. Again, Emily Messina was next to me, Nick Catucci on camera, Simon Rosenwasser saying so long here from the Lawrenceville School, where the champions have been crowned. We'll leave you with some images of those champions. Thanks, everyone, for being with us. And Catherine Ritter.